never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Republican Mike Johnson from Louisiana has secured the position of Speaker of the House.
The Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana has received 220 votes. And the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 209 votes.
In the initial ballot held today, Johnson got enough votes after three other fellow Republicans' unsuccessful attempts to claim the gavel. He steps in for California Republican Kevin McCarthy, who was recently ousted from his position. The Georgia Supreme Court Tuesday upheld the pro-life heartbeat legislation signed into law by Republican Governor Brian Kemp 4 years ago. The law protects babies from abortion once they have detectable human heartbeat, which usually begins around 6 weeks of gestation. It was another day in court for Donald Trump's former lawyer and current foe.
Michael Cohen spent his second day in court Wednesday as he testified in the civil fraud trial involving former President Trump. Following his testimony, Cohen spoke with reporters.
He's got the wrong guy to intimidate. As you've seen, I haven't stopped since I don't know how many years now, and I won't until, as I said, accountability is had.
Trump stands accused of exaggerating the worth of both his personal and business assets to secure more advantageous loans. Cohen provided testimony detailing how he would manipulate the figures. It's anticipated the case will continue at least until December. I'm John Schaefer.
According to a recent report by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Americans collectively paid $130 billion in interest and fees in 2022, marking the highest figure ever recorded by the agency. Late fees remain the most significant penalty for cardholders. The figures for 2023 are expected to be even higher. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Airbnb is using artificial intelligence technology to prevent Halloween parties. Representatives from the company have stated that reservations made for this weekend are being subjected to analysis for potential risk factors, including the duration of the stay and the proximity of the rental to the user's address. Should the AI system flag a booking as potentially troublesome, it will block the reservation from proceeding. Maryland's Attorney General, along with dozens of other states' Attorney General, they're going after Meta. Lance Pry has more.
Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown is taking action against Meta, the parent company of Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and several other companies. In a statement, Brown said that he's joined dozens of other attorneys general that's suing the social media giant. Brown noted that Meta has harmful and addictive features for children that have a negative impact on their mental health. 34 states are involved in the lawsuit.
Road crews found an intact centuries-old shipwreck embedded in a Florida highway. This was during a routine construction work area earlier this month. The 20-foot-long artifact, believed to date back to the 1800s, was buried under about 8 to 10 feet of sediment near the Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine. Now, it was so well preserved that crews found coins, coconut halves, and a left leather boot. Dave Collins, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
That would be my cue. Time to roll. So, here we go. Without further ado, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. I guess at least in the Eastern time zone, we can call it Friday Eve as we close out a Wednesday, turn the page on the calendar. That would be a Thursday, 26th day of October. So welcome aboard. Good to have you with us as we got to look forward to the weekend. As typically the case is, we'll get to our travelers' weather around the country. There are some issues out there tonight and will continue to be over the next several days. Winter storm, winter driving conditions. I've seen numerous photos coming out of Montana this past day. Some of the passes, snow-covered. And I kind of mentioned last evening, every time you get that, the first snow of a new season, it's like nobody seems to know how to drive in wintry weather. So truck crashes, spin outs, off the road, in the ditch, all kind of messy situation. Now, this is just the first of two systems. This first didn't bring a whole lot of accumulation, but the numbers are really going to be adding up between now and Friday. I'll head out to some of the winter storm warnings that envelop much of Montana on down into the heart of Nebraska. The Dakotas, much of North Dakota, all under winter storm warnings, and of course surrounding those warnings are winter weather advisories. There's going to be some travel issues. Flip side of the coin, it's not wintry driving conditions, but it's rain and in some cases very heavy rain. Tonight, southeastern Kansas, heavy rains extending through eastern Oklahoma. Some of those heavy rains now extending down into north central and eastern Texas. Looks like the Dallas metro area in store for some heavy rains during the overnight hours. But let me start with the first true Arctic outbreak of Arctic air. It's going to really get cold. The company's the first far-reaching heavy snow of the season from the northern Cascades to the northern Rockies, the northern plains. Overnight, Thursday night, forecasters say additional rounds may eventually lead to the first episodes of accumulating snow and ice farther south in the Rockies and plains. Maybe further east in parts of the Midwest. These waves of accumulating snow obviously will be snarling traffic along the Rockies and the adjacent areas of the plains for the balance of the week here. Strong winds will accompany the snow. Montana, northern Wyoming, North Dakota. Poor visibility, dangerous, difficult roadway conditions. There's an area of high pressure that originated in the Arctic that has plunged southward across the region, providing that cold air to support the snow. The same setup has already brought plunging temperatures and accumulated snow, rapid freeze-up to some of the major cities of Calgary, Edmonton, Alberta, earlier this week. The Cascades among the first areas to be hit by snow in the U.S. here, as we saw midweek. Now, if you're going to be venturing over the Cascade Passes, be prepared for early winter weather and road conditions ranging from wet to slushy to snow-covered. Over the higher terrain from the Washington to Oregon Cascades, we could ultimately be talking 6 to 12 inches of accumulation by Friday morning. Further to the east, a mixture of rain and snow in store, mostly rain showers for central Oregon through the upcoming day, Thursday. Now, the snow from Montana into North Dakota comes with two rounds. The first batch began in earnest on Tuesday, persisting through Wednesday evening. Now, that next round likely to be heavier, developing overnight Wednesday night into Thursday morning, then winding down Thursday night. That second burst will fall a bit further south than the first. It could dip as far south as northern Utah, western and northern Wyoming, and northwestern South Dakota. Snow likely to reach across parts of northern Minnesota as well. Areas of Montana, North Dakota, Idaho hit by both rounds. Most likely to get areas of accumulation, probably more than a foot of snowfall. Temperature records this time of year are rather low, like 5 below zero. We're not going to be challenging those numbers, but forecasts say temperatures could dip as low as the lower single digits in places like Great Falls toward the end of the week here and even into the weekend. As of midday this past day, temperatures were hovering in the teens. Wind chills were mainly in the single digits. So with the strong winds accompanying this cold blast, and this outbreak will be no exception, as the snow flies, the visibility will be dropping rather significantly. Yeah, we'll take a look at the rest of the country here. Kind of a roller coaster ride of temperatures, especially in the Northeast. Speaking of which, we do have some rain falling tonight, and mostly lighter to moderate rain through central and upstate New York areas from, say, Buffalo to Syracuse, up towards Kingston, seeing some of those lighter rains. Other areas of showers, nothing severe. Right there in central portions of Illinois tonight, back into southern Iowa, northern Missouri. Yeah, there are some pockets of heavier rain in the mix there. So numerous areas of precip to kind of slow things down through the overnight hours and on through Thursday into Friday. Wanted to touch on a couple of those winter storm warnings. Take you out to Montana. Let me see, what do we have from Glasgow, Montana? The Weather Service. Yeah, heavy mixed precipitation. Accumulations 4 to 6 inches, light glaze of ice accumulation. Macomb, Richmond, Dawson, Prairie, several counties there. Moving on to some of the higher elevations, some of the passes. We're going to be talking some heavier accumulations. Winter storm warnings remain in effect until 6 a.m. Friday morning. Most of north central and northwestern North Dakota here, where 8 to 12 inches is anticipated when all is said and done. Yeah, we'll get to some of the other advisories maybe as we roll on into a Thursday morning. All right, as Philly Dan kind of checks in right out of the box here. Good morning, overnight crew. Everybody stay safe out there. It's the never-ending saga, the stories that we share here in this country all too often. Another mass shooting situation has unfolded and continues to be an active situation in Maine tonight. Here's what we know at this point. I've not seen anything where the individual has been apprehended. A massive manhunt is underway for an Army Reserve firearms instructor who was sectioned over the summer for mental health reasons. The suspect of shooting 22 dead at this point and as many as 60 others injured. The numbers are kind of fluctuating, but I had to do a quick search. I said, sectioned, I'm not familiar. Yeah, according to Wikipedia, the Mental Health Act is the law that mental health professionals use to detain you in a hospital for assessment, treatment, or both. If you're detained under this act, it is sometimes known as being sectioned. The criminal courts can send you to the hospital using Section 35 of the Mental Health Act. At what point are you sectioned? This can only happen if you have a mental disorder that puts you or others at risk. You should only be detained under the Mental Health Act if there are no other ways to keep you or others safe. Being detained under the Mental Health Act is sometimes called, again, being sectioned because the law has different sections. I'm not going to use the individual's name. They believe this is the lone perpetrator. But a 40-year-old named by Maine State Police as the person of interest. These shootings occurred at multiple locations. We know a bowling alley, a restaurant and bar location, and word was a Walmart distribution center. Now, I mentioned he was sectioned after saying he was hearing voices and threatening to shoot up his National Guard base in Saco, Maine, again, over the summer. Armed with an AR-15 style rifle with laser optics when he burst first into the bowling alley about 7:15 this past evening. Authorities released photos of the vehicle. They believe he was driving a 2013 white Subaru. The sheriff announced at about 11:20, right about 1 hour ago, that law enforcement have found the vehicle about 7 miles southeast of Lewiston. He was not in the vehicle. Now, another law enforcement spokesperson in Lewiston said this individual is considered armed and dangerous. Obviously, if people see him, do not approach him in any way. A shelter-in-place order remains in effect for Lisbon and is also now in place where his car was found. Lewiston City Administration confirming 22 dead. The local councilor said 50 to 60 others injured. Maine's hospitals say they've declared a mass casualty event. The death toll could rise. The three locations, Spare Time Bowling Alley, the Bar and Grill, Shemengi's Bar and Grill, and a Walmart distribution center. Now, a spokesman for Walmart said the shooting was not on the site itself. So everything is fluid, kind of sketchy. Now, let's say McCarthy said he was told that a children's bowling party was taking place at that bowling alley at the time. Nicole Errol, who was on the location, said she saw a large number of children pouring out of the bowling alley. One of the owners of the alley described the scene, obviously, as total chaos. Photos from the sheriff show a white man with an AR-15, the laser optic, entering that Spare Time Recreation Center, wearing black combat trousers and a brown top. His face was clearly visible. That's why they were so quickly able to identify who this suspect is. They did issue a photograph of the white station wagon, of course, which they have now actually found. But the Maine State Police say this is still considered an active shooter situation. People being asked to shelter in place. Central Maine Healthcare is coordinating with area hospitals to take in patients. Apparently, all the off-duty doctors, nurses have all been kind of called in because the hospitals are not. In the state of Maine, they say on an annual basis there would be about 59 deaths due to guns, most of which are suicides. You don't see this sort of thing in places like that. Police audio said the two locations were Shemengi's Bar and Grill and the Spare Time Recreation Center. Those two sites are about 4 miles apart. Police were then called to the third location, Walmart Distribution Center. Derek St. Laurent, a Lewiston spokesperson, said that first call to Spare Time was about 7:15. They were then called to Shemengi's Bar and Grill at about 8:15, shortly thereafter, and then 8:15 was the Walmart site. Again, a Walmart spokesperson said the shooting did not actually occur on Walmart property. They've set up the National Guard Center as a triage center. Hospitals have called up all off-duty staff. Our hospitals are not geared to cope with this, but they're doing the best they can. We're blessed with the best police in the state, and I'm sure they're doing all they can. The bowling alley is in a business park. There were 2 restaurants next door. A lot of patrons actually ran there. The other bar is way across town on the outskirts of the city. All right. Also reports that the doors were shot out at the Walmart Distribution Center. So that's pretty much what we know at this point in time. Footage shared via social media show police racing to the scene. Kind of, I don't know, would you call it small town? About 36,000 people, 35 miles north of Portland, about 35 miles south of the capital of Augusta, Maine. The governor issued a statement saying she's aware of the shootings. She's been briefed. I know President Biden has been briefed. Supposedly he has spoke directly with the governor, Senator Susan Collins, and several others. But again, at this point, it appears to be an active situation still at this hour. The manhunt is on in Maine. If I get further info, if you've got something you can share with us, Think about, we've got our friends, who is it, checks in on a pretty regular basis from Parsonsfield, Maine. Our number, 844-844-3388. So obviously lots to cover as we get the new day started. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, indeed, we did hear from Philly Dan. Welcome back, Philly. Sorry about your loss. The Phillies did not make it to the big show, the World Series. So, all right, we'll say hi to some of our friends out of the box. Debbie from southern Montana said 6 to 8 inches expected through tomorrow night, 12 or more for the higher elevations. Please move over for emergency vehicles. Yeah, Debbie in Montana. Aren't you thrilled to death? You love that winter weather, right, in Montana? Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving in the Moonlight Natural Bridge, Virginia. Hanging in at 51 degrees at this hour. Good evening from Middlebury, Indiana, rolling westbound to Chicagoland. Brian, check it in there. Hello, Steve. Glenn checks in. Morning, Steve, and all the drivers out there rolling through Cornell, Georgia. A clear night. Yeah, awesome. 70 degrees at this hour. Shorty, high 95, southbound Brunswick, Georgia. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. Copy the mail, 5-7. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down and be safe from Fishkill, New York. It's round 3 to Schenectady. And prayers for the families in Lewiston, Maine tonight. 62 degrees, the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Hello, Pappy. Hold on tight. It's that time. 844-844-3388. Prayers out to the victims in tonight's tragic shooting. Hold tight. Wait till the facts come out. Don't trust what you hear from any of the mainstream media until it's confirmed. Hopefully by local police, not FBI. With that said, I'll shut up. Are you with me? Yeah, we're with you there, Pappy. Thank you so much. Prayers for Lewiston, Maine. There's James. Kevin, good morning to the overnight crew. Rubber Duck is on board. Hello, John. Hello, Steve and Stevettes. Godspeed, as always, to you and your followers. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. All right, there's Dave, actually. All right, he's the one. Good morning, Steve. Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine. Yeah, prayers for all involved there in Lewiston tonight. Ronnie, going to be a great-looking weekend in western Maryland, but looking like a whole lot cooler coming our way next week. Jacob, good morning from Kingsport, Tennessee, hanging in at 50 degrees. Let's see, Rob. Rob he's another one of our listening friends there in Rain. Rob Fernald, who was in the truck driving championships here a few weeks ago. He said, man, it's a rough night up here in Lewiston. Prayers for our lost friends. So you're right there in the heart of the mess there tonight. Rob, we're thinking about you. Hello to Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia. Finally got a company to show up and close the pool. I got to get an electrician from the company that rebuilt the deck to check the outlet. I had to put into the plug in the pool cover pump. Keeps popping the breaker. Yeah, very sad situation in Maine, but lo and behold, we finally have a Speaker of the House. Had a good conversation with Horse Feathers last night about my upcoming stress test today. Yeah, those are fun, aren't they? I hate that. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, good luck with the stress test, man. Those torture. Yeah, they said the person of interest was a firearms instructor. Very dangerous man. All right, lots to cover. Here, let's get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. During a joint press conference with the Australian Prime Minister, President Biden addressed the election of Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. When asked if he was concerned about Johnson attempting to overturn the 2024 election results if Biden were reelected, he said,
I was not worried that the last guy would be able to overturn the election. They had about 60 lawsuits and all the way to the Supreme Court, and every time they lost.
Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota has introduced a bill aimed at combating hazing. The Stop Campus Hazing Act, presented by the Democratic lawmaker in collaboration with Republican Senator Bill Cassidy from Louisiana, mandates that colleges and universities report on-campus hazing incidents. After 4 decades of ownership, Gregory's Restaurant and Bar in the Jersey Shores relinquished its claim on the Taco Tuesday trademark, paving the way for any restaurant to use it. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So the phone lines are indeed open. Who wants to be first out of the box? Trying to recall Rob there in Maine. He's one of those out there, if memory serves correct, feeding the people there in the Northeast, delivering those groceries through the overnight hours. I don't know if you have the ability to call in, Rob. Give us, if you have anything you might could add to what's going on. Love to hear from you, but... All right, Daniel, he's checking in from Billings, Montana. Uh-oh, what do you got there? Daniel says 19 degrees. If anybody up here is trying to drive tonight, be careful. I-94 all the way across from North Dakota to I-90 to Idaho is a mess. Extremely icy. Expect a lot of snow, always in drifting. It's the first major snowstorm of the season. There's trucks all over in the ditch from incompetent drivers not knowing how to drive in the wintertime. Please turn your CB radio on if you have one so you can know what's coming up ahead of you. I almost got rear-ended today by Fallon, Montana. Large company, ATA, bottom feeder company driver not paying attention to the blinking, flashing lights on my truck and the wrecker for the truck being pulled out of the ditch. So people need to start paying attention. Thanks for the update there, Daniel. Like I said, I saw some of the photos. What a mess. Dean said, they don't, I guess he's listened to the reports. They only had 29 murders in the state of Maine in 2022 for the whole state. And the radio hosts that they interviewed said that was actually high for that particular state. Hello to Roy, Northwest Illinois, 62 degrees. Looks like a rainy night coming our way. Hello to Kevin. Reports are the White House was informed, and they're working up a statement. What do you want to wager? It'll be all about guns, 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 not mental health. Tomorrow, the gun grabbers will be out there, and of course, it looks like the perpetrator was definitely on their radar. Yeah, the whole scenario about being sectioned, that's my question. If someone has been, held even like against their will in a mental facility, I'm thinking undoubtedly they should not be in the possession of any sort of firearms. Of course, sectioned there in the National Guard, threatening to shoot up his base there. So, yeah, he had to be on the radar. A lot of questions, many questions. Answers will be forthcoming in the days ahead. But hello to John, 67 in Fort Dodge, Iowa. Two-stop Friday in northern Kentucky, then well-deserved home time in Xenia. Stay safe. We're praying for Maine and Israel. Top of the morning from Santa Claus, 60 degrees here in Oakland, California. Ready to head back to Sacramento shortly. I posted on your fan page what the California Highway Patrol is calling the snow season's first snow-related truck accident. The chain law was up earlier, but had just been lifted. Snow is still expected for the next several hours in Truckee, California. Santa Claus out. All right, Jack Morgan. Morning, Steve. Waving a hand to all the good people out there that keep this country going. I can definitely name a few of the great people that call into this program. Eagle, Pappy, Spaceman, the Carolina Monkey Grouch. Absolutely incredible people. God bless all and stay safe out there. Thank you so much. Well, hello, Eskimo Mom. Wish I could say happy Thursday, but the news coming out today makes you wonder if the world has just gone totally mad. Anyway, got my regular run tonight. Hope everybody stays safe. Kind of cloudy. Hanging in at 63 degrees on I-71. You're rolling through the bluegrass state. So, indeed, we have a Speaker of the House. Gentleman I really know nothing about. Representative Mike Johnson of Louisiana. He got the votes, 220 votes Wednesday afternoon. Okay, we know how this all unfolded. When Getz led the effort to remove McCarthy, of course, elected House Speaker earlier this year, but it took 15 rounds of voting. Then on October 3rd, for the first time in the nation's history, lawmakers voted to remove a speaker. The following day, Jim Jordan announced his plans to run, failed to accumulate enough votes to secure a win. 9 Republicans joined the race on Monday this week, including Mike Johnson. Getz had voiced support for Johnson, calling him a good, godly man who's going to advance Republicans. So finally, this past day, 3 weeks after McCarthy was ousted, Johnson elected Speaker of the House. Johnson, via X, said, "It's the honor of a lifetime to have been elected the 56th Speaker of the House. It's been an arduous few weeks and a reminder that the House is a complicated and diverse as the people we represent. But the urgency of this moment demands bold, decisive action to restore trust, advance our legislative priorities, and demonstrate good governance. All right, as Speaker, I will ensure the House delivers results and inspires change for the American people. We will restore trust in this body. We will advance a comprehensive conservative policy agenda, combat the harmful policies of the Biden administration, and support our allies abroad. We will restore sanity to a government desperately in need. Let's get back to work." So everybody kind of chiming in about finally a Speaker of the House so they can get down to business. But look, it's already the 26th of October. That looming potential possible government shutdown is now literally just a few short weeks away. They're going to have to do some action post-haste, like right now. Get down to business. Hello to Bidu, checking in. Good morning to Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Welcome in, Bidu. Our number, 844-844-3388. Do we have potentially some positive news in regards to the strike of the Big Three? Late word is Ford and the United Auto Workers negotiators have reached a tentative labor deal this past day, according to UAW President Shawn Fain, a 4.5-year contract that would provide a record pay increase. Now, this still has to be approved by union leaders and the members, the rank and file. It would be the first settlement of strikes by 45,000 workers right now that are on the picket lines. Fain said the UAW reached a historic agreement with Ford, including a 25% wage increase over the life of the contract. So we had gone from initially, like 17% pay increase. UAW, as we know, been demanding like a 40%. I said, somebody's got to meet in the middle. Yeah, last week, I believe several of them have upped their increases to 23%. So that's the highest we've seen, a 25% wage increase. If the contract is ratified, this would probably set the standard for the bargaining at General Motors and Stellantis. The Ford contract would give UAW workers a record boost in pay, reverse concessions that the union agreed to in their contracts dating back to 2007, when General Motors and the former Chrysler were headed toward bankruptcy, and Ford was mortgaging its assets just to stay afloat. But this lays the groundwork for the next 2 contracts. And they should fall in line fairly quickly because all 3 were within a very narrow gap of each other, according to the Vice President of Global Vehicle Forecasting at Auto Forecast Solutions. This strike has been painful for everybody, and knowing what it takes to get a signed contract should bring them to the table a whole lot quicker. As we know, the past week, we've seen ratcheted up pressure at all of the big 3. GM's Arlington, Texas assembly plant, Ford's Kentucky heavy-duty pickup factory, Stellantis Ram pickup earlier this week. Total economic losses from the automakers' strike to date has now hit like $9.3 billion, according to the Anderson Economic Group earlier this week. All right, we'll get to your calls coming up here. It is 844-844-3388. Hope your week's going well as we roll into a Thursday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, shortly after being elected House Speaker. Looks like Johnson's first move was backing Israel. He made passing a resolution that supports Israel and condemns Hamas his very first move as newly elected Speaker. Now, amazingly, the House approved the 4-page measure, H.R. 771, a vote of 412 yeas to 10 nays. Any guesses as to who the nays may have been? Obviously, the Squad. 9 Democrats voted against the resolution. Surprise, surprise. Rashida Tlaib, Cori Bush of Missouri, James Bowman of New York, Andrea Carson of Indiana, Al Green of Texas, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Summer Lee of Pennsylvania, and Dalia Ramirez of Illinois, and lastly, Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. 6 other Democrats simply voted present. Only one Republican lawmaker, Thomas Massie of Kentucky, voted against the measure. The resolution declares the House stands with Israel as it defends itself against the barbaric war launched by Hamas and other terrorists, and reaffirms Israel's right to self-defense. Also, the measure condemns Hamas for the October 7 attack that killed more than 1,400 Israelis, and it urges the group to cease further attacks, release hostages, and return the bodies of hostages who have been killed. Johnson delivered a speech before introducing the measure, lamenting several weeks of a standstill in the Republican chamber as they scrambled to find a replacement. Of course, the country demands strong leadership of this body. We must not waver. Our nation's greatest ally in the Middle East is under attack. We're going to show not only Israel, but the entire world that the barbarism of Hamas that we've all seen play out is wretched and wrong. This resolution kind of sets the stage for the likely passage of billions of dollars in aid for Israel, which has already been requested by the Biden administration. So there you go. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Well, Steve, I was going to talk about that situation with the speaker, but we got some breaking news that took place today in a state that I've been to this state before, Steve. Some very nice people in that area. It's been a long time since I've been to the state of Maine. Beautiful state. I've been to the distribution center in Maine, and unfortunately, tonight, somebody, a loser that shouldn't have been on the street to begin with, walked into 2 or 3 locations in Maine and shot over 50 to 60 people from what they're saying.
Yep, correct.
22 confirmed dead as of now. By morning, it could be more than that. And last time I checked before I called you, this guy was still on the loose. They still ain't caught this guy. As far as I know, in the last 30 minutes, this guy's still on the run in Maine somewhere, in Lewiston, Maine. I've been to this town before. Really a damn shame that all these people had to lose their lives, Steve. This guy here, same old story, Steve. Same story every time I call you with one of these situations. This guy was in the military, they say, and that he had been placed in a psychiatric area due to the guy had mental issues, and for some reason they released this guy. And you see the turnout, you see what happens, but you already know what's going to happen tomorrow morning. Hillary Clinton, the Joe Bidens, the Obamas, the and Rachel Maddows and all these losers are going to say that we need to get rid of guns again. They're not looking at the man's background, that this man was a dangerous individual that should have been in a psychiatric ward. I've talked to you about this so many times, Steve. They should have left these mental institutions open. You can't have guys walking the streets of America that belong in mental institutions. Too many guns, and you get these individuals get their hands on a gun, and you see what happens. This guy shot over 50 to 60 people, walked into a bowling alley, they say, a Walmart distribution center. I've been to that location in Lewiston, Maine. I don't know how many people got gunned down in that place. I don't know if you've seen the video, but they got him on video walking into a place with the gun in his hand. So it's obvious that he definitely is the shooter. So hopefully, like I said before, Steve, do the right thing, and he won't be taken into custody. As far as I'm concerned, they'll go ahead and end the situation tonight because this guy's taking innocent life. He don't deserve to go to jail, as far as I'm concerned. I'm just sick of these type of deals going on, and because they're gonna blame it on the wrong people again, Steve. You're gonna have people calling in your show all night long talking about this, and like I say, most of the people that call your show realize that the gun is not the problem; it's the individual behind the gun. But moving on to another subject, right quick, Steve. This Speaker of the House, they surprised me. This guy from Louisiana, because I was talking to you last night, raising hell about, they wasn't making a move. Well, they finally made a move and got a speaker in there, and this guy here seems like he's going to be a good man. I'm going to back anybody that's a Republican. Anybody is better than Nancy Pelosi, so you won't hear me saying nothing bad about that guy. As long as they got rid of her, that's the main thing. And even Donald Trump is happy with this guy. He's a Donald Trump supporter, so hopefully Donald Trump can work with him if he gets back in the White House. So I think that they made a real good move by putting this man on the job. I think he's gonna get the job done from what he's saying so far. But you never know with some of these guys. Now, one other thing before I wanted to hang out with you, Steve, is this situation down in Louisiana. This bridge situation with the fog the other morning. I don't know. I know you've seen the devastation. This is the first time I've seen the pictures of it today. This was some serious devastation. The bridge caught on fire. They're talking about they may have to shut the bridge down for a long period of time because it might have structural damage to this thing. Like I said, people got burned alive. A tanker truck got caught up in this accident. This was a bad deal here in Louisiana. And from what I'm understanding, it wasn't all due to fog. They saying something about they had some kind of fire burning close to the New Orleans area, and that contributed to this cloud bank that blocked traffic and people couldn't see. So, like I said, unfortunately, a lot of people, 7 people lost their lives in this dangerous situation. But like I said, I hate it because, I've traveled on that road many times and, headed to New Orleans. And I hate to see that type of devastation. And so any truck drivers that's headed to New Orleans, you might want to give an update on that later tonight, Steve. They might want to seek a better route because I think Interstate 55 is still closed going into New Orleans as far as from what I've seen on the videos today. So maybe you can give an update on the 55 situation and let people know that's headed to New Orleans what the hell's going on. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Very good. Thank you much, Eagle. Safe travels out there. Have a great morning. Yeah, I don't really have much of an update on 10. I thought that they had that reopened, but I'll do a double check on that. I know it took them a long time to get all those vehicles cleared. And yes, I mean, most of those, many of those vehicles burned out. A horrific situation. Death toll ultimately 8, the last report I had seen. Okay, clear lines at 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a new day. A Thursday coming on. And we'll get to industry headlines coming up here with following the positive news in regards to Ford, a tentative contract deal. General Motors this past day kind of issued that they've lost $800 million in operating profit so far due to the ongoing strike by the UAW. Mounting financial impact. I think that they may post-haste, as the other analysts said, maybe come to the table. And will they do the 25%, kind of mirroring Ford's offer? Give you more coming up here. Good to have you on board. Again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. NBC News is reporting at least 22 people are dead after a mass shooting in Maine. The shooting took place in Lewiston, which is about 150 miles north of Boston. At least 50 to 60 people were injured in the shooting, which took place after a man armed with a rifle opened fire at multiple locations. Reports say he opened fire at a bar and a recreational center and possibly a third location. Police are requesting that you stay off the streets and allow law enforcement to defuse the situation. During a joint press conference with the Australian Prime Minister, President Biden addressed the election of Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. When asked if he was concerned about Johnson attempting to overturn the 2024 election results if Biden were reelected, he said,
"Just like I was not worried that the last guy would be able to overturn the election. They had about 60 lawsuits and all the way to the Supreme Court, and every time they lost. I understand the Constitution."
Biden acknowledged Johnson's reported involvement in the Republican effort to challenge Trump's 2020 loss. Johnson was elected Speaker of the House floor earlier today. 7 passengers injured in Pennsylvania when a bus crashed. Lance Pry has more.
7 passengers on a Pittsburgh regional transit bus were injured yesterday when the bus was involved in a crash with a tractor-trailer. The accident happened around 3:30 p.m. on Homestead Grays Bridge. Reports have said the bus was stopped at a traffic light and was hit by the rear tires of the semi. All passengers' injuries have been described as non-life-threatening.
After 4 decades of ownership, a Jersey Shore restaurant has relinquished its claim on the Taco Tuesday trademark, paving the way for any restaurant to use it. Citing escalating legal expenses, Gregory's Restaurant and Bar in Summers Point, New Jersey, has decided to abandon its battle to retain the trademark. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Georgia Supreme Court on Tuesday upheld the pro-life heartbeat legislation signed into law by Republican Governor Brian Kemp 4 years ago. Law protects babies from abortion once they have a detectable human heartbeat, which is usually around 6 weeks gestation period. Yesterday, presidential candidate Donald Trump addressed supporters after appearing for a civil trial in Lower Manhattan. Trump was in court to watch his former attorney Michael Cohen testify against him, and afterward said Cohen was totally discredited as a witness, calling him a disgraced felon. Trump acknowledged that he'd be back in court today to watch the rest of Cohen's testimony. In the United States, individuals experiencing lower levels of well-being are at a higher risk of developing a new chronic illness.
That's according to a recent Gallup study. The research revealed that American workers with diminished well-being are twice as likely to report a newly acquired chronic condition. The assessment assesses well-being across various dimensions: career, social, financial, physical, and community. It's projected that employees with subpar well-being will incur over $2,000 in additional health care expenses annually. I'm John Schaefer.
Taylor Swift is making pop history with her song Cruel Summer. It is from her 2019 album Lover, but a hit again, being performed at her Eras Tour, both live and in her blockbuster movie. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back on a Thursday morning. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. What do we have here? Roy kind of chiming in. Said, I know my friend here said he's afraid to be at a Walmart, a super Walmart, because these shooting things that unfold. Actually has his groceries delivered to his home. Or he might order and just go pick them up. Sit in the car. Buckeye Boy says anyone who voted against or voted present in regards to the measure backing Israel and condemning Hamas, get them out of Congress. Yeah, Grump kind of addressed that last evening. It comes down to the people. The people, are they going to get reelected? Yeah, how many of them are already multi-term? They keep reelecting these nut jobs. Hello to Jeff, New York City, checking in, ready for an exciting show. Now, Linwood said the new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, says, I have it on good authority, is a born-again Christian, graduated from Liberty Bible College in Lynchburg. And, again, have it on good authority. He loves and lives for Jesus Christ. John Ferguson, whether we like it or not, God is in complete control, even during the worst tragedies. If we all turn from doing things like this, turn from our wicked ways, he said he would heal our land if we'd only trust in Jesus. Yeah, he promised he would have our backs. It's all up to us. All right, hello to Timothy. Good to have you on board. All right, promised we'd get to some of the other travelers' weather around the country because we've got several systems that are going to cause some issues. Another surge of cold air out west is going to collide with tropical moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, perhaps including some from what was Hurricane Otis, which, by the way, did come ashore as a Category 5 hurricane. Right there about Acapulco, Mexico this past day. They said the devastation is unimaginable there. Communication is pretty much totally cut off in that region. Had to sustained winds at 165 miles per hour when that thing came ashore. But nonetheless, this could bring rain and even a swath of snow and ice on the northwestern flank of the storm. This following the outbreak of cold air and the heavy snow over the interior northwest of the northern Rockies and the northern plains through the upcoming day into Thursday night. The atmosphere is going to reload from Friday into Friday night. Then a plunge in the jet stream out west allows that cold air to blast across the Colorado Rockies Saturday, the high plains of northeast Colorado and southeast Wyoming, into southern Minnesota and northern Wisconsin Saturday into Sunday. As this pattern comes together, many areas over the plains and Midwest will experience the coldest air of the season so far coming up this weekend. As the storm evolves, snow will occur across a nearly 1,000-mile-long stretch of the U.S. from the central Rockies to near the Great Lakes region this weekend. We're going to talk a general 6 to 12 inches over the Colorado Front Range, along the higher east-facing slopes of the Colorado Rockies. Some could see up to 2 feet. The Denver area averages about 5 inches of snow this time of year, and most of that falls in 1 or 2 storms. We'll probably be talking airline delays, flight cancellations possible to Denver International by Sunday. Travelers can anticipate deteriorating travel conditions across the central Rockies to the central high plains and maybe parts of the upper Midwest by Saturday night into Sunday. Some of those major interstates, 25, 29, 70, 76, and even I-80 will be in play. Now, further south and east, it's not going to be cold enough for snow, but rain will expand from central Texas and portions of the southern plains through the mid-Mississippi and Ohio valleys over the weekend. Some areas that have already been drenched by several days of rain this week, around 1 inch to as much as 4.5 inches of rain has already been seen through Wednesday morning from central Texas to eastern Kansas, and they've got more rain falling tonight. That's going to bring some more beneficial moisture where the widespread drought conditions exist right on through Thursday night. As the weekend storms rain falls over some of the same areas, the runoff may significantly boost some of the water levels along area streams and rivers. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hillbilly, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday Eve.
There you go.
First off, I'm prayers to all the families that the balls up there in Lewiston, Maine. It's just sad. My biggest question is, this was a military man that the Army thought was mentally ill and put in an institution that with this background with guns anyway, why was he even released? My question. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, just with his background and everything, it just, he shouldn't have been released back in the public in my eyes. And I know people's going to be saying, well, how did he get his hands on a gun? I mean, before he got diagnosed, he could already have bought it and legally and all that and stuff. So
I mean, I've got some questions. I don't know if Happy gets a chance to check in this morning, but that term sectioned, or I guess forcibly, even against your will, placed in a psychiatric facility. Do they not automatically take those individuals' guns, or my question, how that all works out?
I don't know myself. I mean, but it just, like, that's my question, was he even released back in public? But that's all. I mean, that's questions for other people. This guy they elected the Speaker of the House, I'm like you, I don't know much about him, but he sounds like a good person to have in there and everything. And just pray that our leaders do the right things and vote the right bills in. I just, thankfully, and sounds like the board strike's about over. If they vote, you know when they're going to go to vote, or
let's see. I mean, all we know is tentative agreement. It has to be, I guess, approved by what they say union leaders, and then they have to go for the ratification by the rank and file. Now, once you get a tentative deal, I'm not real sure. Do they go back to work, or do they stay on the picket line as they await the vote or the ratification? I'm not sure how that works.
I'm not sure either. But, I mean, just be glad but if they do pass this contract in there, I say the other two will follow suit pretty quickly.
I would think.
All right, Steve. I posted a video of an old fire truck and mentioned horse feathers in it, and I hope he gets to see it, because a lot of good history, the old fire truck they had. I forgot what town it was from, but they're on the fan page. You want to go back and look at it.
Okay.
Posted it this morning or this early afternoon. But it's probably like a 5-minute video about the history of the fire truck. It's, I think, a 1940s fire truck, I think. So that's all I have for today there, Steve. Have a good day. Good night.
Thank you for checking in there, Hillbilly. You do the same. Have a good morning. We touched on General Motors this past day, estimating they're going to continue to lose $200 million every week that the strike continues, with the facilities that are right now under a work stoppage. Those losses could increase should the union decide to expand the strike. Now, with the positive progression, again, from Ford, will GM step up and maybe offer that 25%? I think they were pretty close to that. Yeah, right now, the UAW is striking at 20 GM plants, including 2 assembly facilities, 18 customer care, and after-sales parts distribution warehouses. Wentzville, Missouri, the mid-sized truck plant have been on strike since the 15th of September. One of the first to walk out. And, of course, we know how things have expanded since then. Warehouses were added to the strike on the 22nd. The 29th of September, they added the Lansing Delta Assembly Plant, home of the Chevy Traverse and the Buick Enclave. Uncertainty of the strike's financial effects have this week led GM to withdraw their 2023 full-year guidance, even though the strong underlying business fundamentals were actually pushing us toward the upper half of our guidance prior to any of these strike impacts. This all has to get settled out before they can say, are we going to be able to rebound? How much are we going to be able to come back and recoup when the workers get back on the job? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. A Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, moving over to some of our industry headlines. What do we see? Yeah, last week we kind of witnessed the demise of Convoy. All those workers notified you're out of a job. Looks like Convoy has found maybe a buyer for what they call their tech stack, that would include the digital freight company's driver app and their automated freight matching and pricing engines, according to someone familiar with the matter, confirming the deal but declined to identify the buyer, citing confidential issues. Convoy's co-founder and CEO posted this past day that he was working on a deal that would include the company's tech/services and maybe members of the Convoy team. The Seattle Times first reported news of the impending sale. Of course, last week, FreightWaves reported that at least 2 large incumbent logistics providers were bidding on that tech stack. That would include the engineering and product teams that support the software, the driver app that has a large installed base, while sophisticated auctioneering algorithms on the back end keep freight moving across the country with not a lot of human intervention. Over the years, Convoy built software for small fleet dispatchers and transportation management, a system for its customers to bring as much of the transaction platform as possible so they could pretty much automate everything. And I've heard some say that may have been more of a detrimental thing, trying to make everything automated. people like to deal with another human on the other end. I could vouch. I don't like all this automated stuff. Of course, it was last Thursday, 1 week ago today, that they shut down the freight brokerage arm, laying off all the employees associated with that part of the business. It was reported Convoy would retain some employees to assist with managing the transition of their IT operations. All right, going back in time, we all recall when the changes. Remember the implementation of the CSA, the scoring system. They had this something called the data queue, which was supposed to allow companies, owner operators, if there's something on your report that you felt was incorrect information, you'd want to get that information corrected so you could get the negative off your report. It's never worked very well. In most cases, which we haven't talked about it much recently, but any driver I ever spoke to said they went through hell and back trying to get things detrimental to their safety scores removed from their CSA score. Looks like the FMCSA has put out a proposal to create a data queues appeals process, which would be a welcome change. That this is the FMCSA system that allows carriers and drivers to request and track a review of whether it's crash or inspection data that they believe is incorrect or incomplete. According to the FMCSA, the goal of the system is to improve the accuracy of the data. Obviously, accurate data leads to safer roads. Now, many truck drivers have complained that the current system lacks due process. Determinations oftentimes made by the same person who issued the violation. Just last month, they published a notice proposing motor carriers or truck drivers have a right to appeal when you think incorrect information has been submitted. This would give DataQ users a chance to have their request reviewed by the FMCSA if it would be denied, say, by a state agency. They're accepting comments on this proposal right now through November the 13th. Now, comments filed thus far, several truckers and companies have already filed comments saying data queue reform is sorely needed. The process as it stands is flawed and biased against the driver by the very fact that the original officer is adjudicating the appeal of any violation. Company Hotshot Trucking shows, they wrote in the comments that it has tainted and vested interest in the outcome of the process. The very process hinges on the very interpretation of the officer or the county or the state where this violation took place. Creating an independent appeals process. Something needs to change. Another driver said, I agree with adding a level for appeals. I think the bigger issue is revamping the entire data queue system to include more situations that can be challenged. Our company currently has 3 accidents on our record that are listed as preventable when they were 100% not preventable. Problem is, they don't fit into any of the categories that would actually allow us to challenge them. I said in all 3 cases, we actually have video evidence that show these accidents were not our fault. But so you've got one company, 3 accidents listed as preventable when obviously they were not. So that impacts negatively your CSA score. It's been the problem from the very inception, and maybe we'll look at trying to change things. All right, a couple of other industry headlines as we roll toward newsbreak bottom of the hour coming up here shortly. Guess it was a mess on the 5 freeway, California, Wednesday morning. A lot of pumpkins did not make it to their destination as a truck hauling a load of pumpkins catching fire on the southbound 5. According to KTLA, hundreds of burnt pumpkins along the roadway as crews worked to battle the blaze. No injuries in the accident, but a portion of the 5 freeway was shut down. This was starting about 2 o'clock yesterday morning till about 6:30 Wednesday morning. I'm sure the morning rush was a true mess, which even on a good day, it's a mess on the 5. Heads up, the Florida Highway Patrol continues to investigate, looking for a suspect who's believed to be a serial semi-tire slasher. In an October 25th, yesterday, press release, the Florida Highway Patrol reported 10 separate incidents involving a suspect using a handheld object to puncture truck and or trailer tires on parked semi-trucks. These tire puncturing incidents occurring overnight as trucks are parked along exit or entrance ramps along I-75 and or I-10, mostly in Columbia County. Now, in addition to the high cost to replace tires, the ability to safely operate a commercial vehicle with damaged tires is seriously jeopardized. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA News Update. Reports say at least 10 people are dead after a mass shooting in Maine. Police say dozens more are injured, and they're searching for the shooter in the city of Lewiston. Police have released an image of a man with what appears to be an assault rifle. Speaking from the White House Wednesday, President Biden has issued a stern caution to Iran regarding potential assaults on U.S. military installations in the Middle East.
We have had troops in the region since 9/11. to go after ISIS and prevent reemergence in the region.
He conveyed to Iran's supreme leader that the U.S. would take action in response to any further attacks perpetrated by Iran against American soldiers. The newly elected Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson from Louisiana, expressed his intent to immediately get to work.
The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now.
I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. At Hot Shot.
All right, back at it here. What do we have? Hello to Big John. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Hammer down. Keep this country rolling. Thanks so much for all you do, guys. Have a great night. Big John. And we'll get to some of the events on this date in history. Shorty checking in with a bunch of goodies. Meanwhile, I do have clear lines at 844-844-3388. Where's everybody at this morning? Feels like a Monday. Got an update from the president of Estes Express on Tuesday, stating that all the company's operations are back to normal. They have overcome the massive cyber attack, finally. Tuesday's announcement, just a few days after Web Estes took to a public video platform reporting most of their key operations at the LTL carrier that bears the family name had been fixed. Had the cyber attack earlier this month. In that video, Estes says all systems have been restored. Now, the precise date of the start of the cyber attack is not clear, but it became known to the industry by about the start of the work week on October the 2nd, right there first of the month. Now, they said last week that they had been working tirelessly to complete the restoration of their systems and make them even safer, suggesting that the entire task of rebuilding after the cyber attack was not yet complete. They didn't offer any specifics on what systems were still down. But most importantly, Web Estes said the company's application programming interface, the connection with customers and counterparties was back online. a set of programming code that enables data transmission between one software product and the other. Our API connections are now available to integrate our shipping functionality to our customers' business apps and website. He also said the company had restored the image document retrieval API, but that takes a lot of time. We're working to get all the scanned images into the system so invoicing can resume with our APIs. Since the October 6 update, the website has been restored. Phone service has been restored. Now, given that Estes is not a public company, outsiders will not be able to ascertain how much of a hit the company took with this cybersecurity attack. I guess the only analogy that could be made, given that they're both LTL carriers, would be when Forward Air was hit back in 2020. Now, these are definitely different companies, Forward Air and LTL carrier, but with their activities focused on moving air freight. But their revenue, fourth quarter of 2020, was followed by a first quarter 2021 revenue of millions of dollars. Now, in several of their daily updates, Deutsche Bank analysts suggested that the third quarter earnings calls of publicly traded LTL carriers might give us a little suggestion as to how much Estes business was moved over to other companies when this incident. Some private conversations with other LTL executives suggest the size of any loss of business was really pretty minimal. At least one executive at a leading LTL provider saying his company had seen almost no increase in business that could be attributed to the hack of Estes. They did not give a hint how large the impact on the business might be as they switched to a more manual system during the cyber. Everything had gone back to the old days, pen and paper, and actually picking up the phone and making calls directly. But he did heap praise on customers that stuck with them through the trying times. We continue to see our customers choosing Estes for their shipping needs. We know you have choices, so we'd like to thank our many customers who stuck by us. That's helped drive efforts toward returning online quickly, responsibly, and safely. We've hardened our technology environment, and we're building back stronger than ever. Again, please accept our sincere thanks for your patience and your trust. Still awaiting the ground invasion. When will it even take place? Update from the Middle East. Israel has agreed to delay the expected invasion of Gaza for now. They're telling us so the U.S. can rush more missile defenses to the region to protect our troops, U.S. troops, according to the Wall Street Journal this past day, citing both U.S. and Israeli officials. Officials have so far persuaded Israel to hold off until U.S. air defense systems can be put in place, which should be done here by the end of this week, they say. Now, Israel is also taking into account in their planning the effort to supply humanitarian aid inside Gaza, as well as the diplomatic efforts ongoing to try to free hostages being held by the militants. But the threat to our U.S. troops were of paramount concern. Washington was scrambling to deploy nearly a dozen air defense systems, including for our troops serving in Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and the United Arab Emirates. The U.S. military and other officials say they believe our forces will be targeted by militant groups once Israel launches that ground invasion of the Palestinian territory. Reuters News earlier this week reported that Washington advised Israel to hold off on a ground assault in the Gaza Strip and is keeping Qatar, a broker with the Palestinian militants, appraised of those talks as they try to free more hostages. Of course, making preparations for a possible wider regional conflict. We knew last week the Pentagon planned to send 2 Iron Dome missile systems to Israel to help them defend against inbound missiles. And Lloyd Austin announced that the THAAD system, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, and additional Patriot air defense missile systems headed to the Middle East, several battalions of those systems. Remember a couple weeks ago we had our representative, this was the crucial vote about the continuing resolution to keep the government going, was about to take place. The vote was about to take place. We had this guy that, having been a school teacher, a principal maybe at some, I accidentally pulled the fire alarm. Remember that Jamal Bowman of New York? And many said this guy should be charged almost akin to some of the January 6th participants, those who have been charged with interfering with government business. Because that's pretty much what he did. He had that vote being held off. Well, I guess he gets a slap on the wrist. Would you be surprised? He agreed to plead guilty to falsely triggering the fire alarm in the Cannon House office building. A charge by the Attorney General of Washington, D.C., struck a deal with prosecutors for the charges to be dropped in 3 months in exchange for a formal apology and a $1,000 fine. I'm thinking there's an awful lot of people that were involved on January 6th that would have loved to have that sort of an agreement. Now, he was ordered to appear before the Superior Court of the District of Columbia this morning, Thursday morning, so he can enter that plea agreement. According to the charging documents, Capitol Police investigation found probable cause to believe that he willfully or knowingly gave a false fire alarm in the city. Again, pulling that alarm during a critical vote on the House bill put forward by Republicans to temporarily fund the federal government through November 17th, which we're operating under right now. Of course, he claimed he pulled the alarm in a hurry, thinking it would open a door, right? Something magically changed with fire alarms. They now open doors. He was trying to make his way into vote. But the video footage that was released publicly kind of showed that his claims weren't really all that forthcoming. Capitol Police initially appeared to try and corroborate part of this story, describing him in a statement as a man seen trying to exit the door in the Cannon building, then pull in the fire alarm. They did not call his decision an accident, though. Bowman in the D.C. Attorney General's office confirmed. He said, I am responsible for activating the fire alarm. I will be paying the fine issued and look forward to these charges being ultimately dropped. That was his statement this past day. All right, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I know the phone lines are operational. Just empty. It's 844-844-3388. A couple of lawsuit updates in relation to the trucking industry. A couple of scenarios I can share. Let's start with Wheeler Trucking. This is the most recent. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission filing a lawsuit against Wheeler for allegedly denying a former employee religious accommodation. According to the complaint filed by the EEOC, the company hired the former employee, who is unnamed, at its Lorain County, Ohio location in October of 2016. The former employee identifies himself as Middle Eastern and as an adherent of Torah-observant Christianity. His sincerely held religious beliefs include observing the Sabbath as a day of rest, during which followers do not work. Now, during his employment with Wheeler, the man advised the company of his religious beliefs and asks them to accommodate, including not requiring him to work on the Sabbath, which for them occurs on Saturdays. The company concluded it was reasonable to accommodate his religious beliefs, not requiring him to work on Saturdays. The lawsuit alleges that throughout his employment, the former employee was subjected to harassment by coworkers and supervisors due to his race and religion. Harassment, racial and ethnic slurs, mocking his religious beliefs, including his observation of the Sabbath, criticizing and challenging his interpretation of the Bible, including but not limited to his beliefs about diet and appearance, and ignoring and or supporting unlawful harassing behavior. He said the harassment occurred repeatedly on a weekly basis for 6 continuous months or more. Now, the EEOC claims Wheeler Trucking took adverse action against the former employee because he engaged in protected activity, including but not limited to exacerbated or continued harassment, denied religious accommodation, and discharge. January of 21, so he'd been there 5 years, advised him that he has to work on Saturdays. Said he went to the Human Resource Department. Ultimately, the company denied his request for religious accommodation as far as working on the Sabbath. When he opposed the harassment and emphasized the conflict between the requirement that he work Saturdays and his religious beliefs, management said that his only option was either you work Saturdays or you can find employment elsewhere. Said management became irate. He gestured to the road outside and said, you can leave and F your religion, according to the complaint. He said he was involuntarily discharged January of 21. So this past January this year, the EEOC issued Wheeler Trucking a letter of determination finding reasonable cause to believe the company had violated Title 12 and it invited them to join the commission in a process of conciliation, but they were never able to reach any sort of an agreement. So now the EEOC has filed a lawsuit against the company. According to the Equal Employment Commission, employers that fail to correct and prevent harassment have to be held accountable. We are committed to remedying and preventing harassment because of race and religion. So it sounds like that may actually ultimately cost them a bit. Then we had Smith Transport. Now, I found this kind of an interesting case. A trucking company out of Roaring Springs, Pennsylvania. They've actually dodged a lawsuit claiming discrimination of a trucker who was, quote, allergic to cigarette smoke. Federal court for the Western District of Pennsylvania granted Smith Transport their motion for summary judgment in a disability discrimination case. The former trucker sued the company for not accommodating his allergy to cigarette smoke, which was present in the truck he drove. According to the complaint, he began working for Smith March of 2019, moved his family from Delaware to Pennsylvania for the job, working 65 to 70 hours a week. His job included driving a tanker truck and loading water from oil wells. While employed with Smith, he notified the company of his documented disabilities, including migraines, allergies, and a specific allergy to cigarette smoke. The latter, which caused him to develop severe migraines and blurred vision. Despite informing the company of the disability, Smith was required to drive in company trucks for extended periods of time while co-workers smoked cigarettes in the vehicles. Constant exposure to cigarette smoke led him to making multiple trips to the ER, increased migraines. He complained about this to management and the safety director. After exhausting all the internal resources, he filed a complaint with the Department of Health in Pennsylvania. Health Department issued a directive requiring the company to comply with the state's Clean Indoor Air Act. Now, Smith says that they simply did not comply. Smith said, deal with it. Eventually, he was forced to resign from his position. As a result, he moved his family back to Delaware. Moving expense cost. Although he is currently employed, his new job is at a lower rate of pay with a different company. So now he's filed a lawsuit against Smith on 4 different counts, including failure to accommodate and discrimination in violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act, disability discrimination in violation of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, wrongful discharge in violation of the Pennsylvania Clean Indoor Air Act, and violation of the Wage Payment and Collection Law. According to the court's opinion, there were some accommodations made by Smith Transport. The company installed a new policy where a number of trucks were formally designated as non-smoking signs on the doors. In the event a non-smoking truck was not available, he was permitted to decline working his scheduled shift, but Smith never took advantage of the accommodation. So he pretty much made the decision himself to get into a smoking vehicle. So the court said, tossed out his case.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. NBC News is reporting at least 22 people are dead and a manhunt is underway for a mass shooter in Maine. Police are searching for the shooter in the city of Lewiston, about 150 miles north of Boston. Also, there's reports of 50 to 60 people injured in the shooting itself, which took place after a man armed with a rifle opened fire at multiple locations. The status of the suspect or a motive are unknown. Police released an image of a man with what appears to be an assault rifle. Reports say he opened fire at a bar and a recreational center and possibly a third location. Speaking from the White House, President Biden has issued a stern caution to Iran regarding potential assaults on U.S. military installations in the Middle East.
We have had troops in the region since 9/11 to go after ISIS and prevent reemergence in the region.
He conveyed to Iran's supreme leader that the U.S. would take action in response to any further attacks perpetrated by Iran or its affiliated groups against American soldiers. The newly elected Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson from Louisiana, vows to seek common ground with Democrats. Johnson, who assumed the role today, expressed his intent to immediately get to work.
The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now, and I will not let you down.
He secured enough votes to clinch the speakership after 3 of his fellow Republicans made unsuccessful attempts. Former President Trump has incurred a $10,000 fine for breaching a gag order in his New York civil fraud lawsuit. The judge determined that he had violated the order for the second time. Just last week, Trump was fined $5,000 for failing to remove a social media post directed at the judge's law clerk. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden underscored the strengthening of the U.S. alliance with Australia during a bilateral meeting with the Australia Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and the Oval Office.
An alliance that's marked by imagination, ingenuity, and innovation.
Biden emphasized their shared commitment to ensuring a free, open, and secure Indo-Pacific. U.S. Customs and Border Protection recently revealing they arrested more than 160 people on the FBI's terror watch list at ports of entry along the southern border in the past 12 months. Republican Senator Ted Cruz.
This open border we have is an invitation for terrorists to come, and I believe right now we are at a greater risk of a major terrorist attack in the United States than at any point since September 11th, and the Biden administration keeps doubling down on the policies that put us at risk.
A New Jersey transit train struck a car on the Jersey Shore. The North Jersey Coastline Train 3224 crashed into a car at the Bethany Road crossing in Hazlet. The car's motorist was not hurt. No injuries were reported to the approximately 150 customers or the crew on board at the time. Richard Roundtree has died at the age of 81, best known as the iconic detective John Shaft in the 1971 action movie Shaft. He did have a short battle with pancreatic cancer. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
A return to glory for one of the business's best builders. A first-timer solved the Pro Stock puzzle, and one of Wisconsin's bravest lit the torch in Super Semi. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The 2023 Grand National Light Superstock Tractor Division competed 11 times across 6 locations. And now, let's introduce you to the division's champions, Terry Blackburn and owner Mike Chizik, Shullsburg and Newton, Wisconsin. Considered armed and dangerous. 2023 Grand National Light Superstock champions. 3 wins, 1 second, 2 thirds. Since the last time the Considered Armed and Dangerous team hoisted a light super trophy, the division had been led twice by Adam Spiegelberg and once by the Hootman Kuhn team. And the lightweight wing of the Chizik stable had been transferred from the drivership of 8-time division champ Brian Korth to the guidance of the Blackburns. But the pattern of winning was still in the muscle memory of Mike's venerable Case IH 210, as Terry's steady hand brought it back from a 3rd place slot after the season's first match to the top of the table. With the team split over Fort and Brandenburg, Josh drove Considered to an 8th and a 4th to maintain 2nd in the points. And then Terry went on his tear, winning twice in his first ever visit to Rockwell, and then again on Thursday night in Bowling Green. A 7th in Wood County still maneuvered Considered into the lead, and it remained in that state on the other end of the Buckeye State in season closing Canton. It's Terry's 5th overall title dating back to the slow ride days, and Mike's lucky 13th. The 2023 Grand National Pro Stock Tractor Division competed 16 times across 10 locations. And now let's introduce you to the division's champion, Brent Meyer, Red Granite, Wisconsin. Injected Funds, 2023 Grand National Pro Stock champion. 3 wins, 1 second, 1 third. It began with a 6th at the Simons Pool in Farley. Well, a great run for the newcomer, but in familiar surroundings. It continued with a win and a 4th in Hutchinson. Hey, wait a minute, this guy can drive, and that newly christened Injected Funds will make some noise. On 11th, 9th, and 6th across 3 locales in June and July. Okay, avoiding disaster, staying in the running as he tours the circuit for the first time, bodes well for a solid finish, maybe even a top 5. 2nd and 9th back in Iowa. This guy's a full-fledged contender. And backing up Brandon Simons' 3rd in Napoleon with a win and a ring a half hour east on US 6. Suddenly, and without the courtesy of a warning to the murderer's row that comprised the rest of the division, Connie, Ray, the Simons, the Schmuckers, their prohibitive favorite. Brent Meyer's dream, no fantasy season, in Pro Stock would wrap with a win and a 4th in Canton and 2 play-it-safe top 10s in Sandwich. Meyer becomes the first GN rookie to win the division since Bill Miller in 1994. The 2023 Grand National Super Semi-Truck Division, sponsored by Dr. Preload, competed 9 times across 5 locations. And now let's introduce you to the division's champion, Ryan DeBrew, New Franken, Wisconsin, playing with fire. 2023 Dr. Preload Grand National Super Semi-Champion. 1 win, 3 seconds, 3 thirds. The moniker itself has multiple meanings. One is an expression of solidarity with the courageous men and women who run toward the flames to rescue strangers in peril. But another is a recognition that even when the stakes are not life and death, but rather renown or regret for a title claimed or lost, there remain risks to be taken and challenges to be overcome. 2 years ago, DeBrew wound up on the wrong end of the burn when Bowling Green Friday breakage ruined his best championship chance to date. But in 2023, after a win in Toma among 7 top 3s, put Fire 4 points ahead of Lonnie Saylor's Holy Smokes with just BG to survive, DeBrew knew his trusty power plant had reached the ragged edge. Anticipating just 2 more passes before bearing failure would render his engine an immobilized mass of metal, DeBrew would forego a Friday pull-off in favor of a clinching Saturday pass in front of a massive Poletown audience. Fortunately, the crown and glory would only be deferred for a few weeks, as DeBrew and his Plan with Fire burned their brightest in a final hook thriller at the Enderley. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. Which, by the way, he will continue to bring us NTPA updates over the coming weeks as we head through the fall, into early winter, and the off-season. Here on a Thursday morning, 26th of October. Take a look back in history. It was on this date, 2001. Right about a month and a half after the September 11 attacks on that year, 2001, the United States passes the USA Patriot Act into law. Yeah, legislation that literally changed this country as we know it. We see changes, airport screenings, all the things we've had to go through since then. Way back in 1959 on this date, the world sees the far side of the moon for the very first time. Actually able to get a satellite, other side of the moon, getting our first glimpse that we've ever seen of the dark side. 26th of October, 1940, the P-51 Mustang makes its maiden flight. Okay, one more this date. 1936, the first electric generator at Hoover Dam goes into full operation. Thank you, Shorty. Some of the events this date, years gone by. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I know last night I didn't get on the air for very long, so I know I couldn't have ticked everybody off. That's why they ain't calling in tonight.
It's a quiet morning.
Yeah, I know it. I got on the west side of Oklahoma City coming back towards Memphis out of Vegas there, and I couldn't get you on the air for till I got over here outside of Oklahoma City on the east side. That might be just cell towers that are going bad or something. I don't know. Well, I ain't got no whole bunch of baloney tonight. I just called in to see if I could actually get called in there, you know. I hate to hear you talk for 5 hours and wear your voice out, you know.
No doubt.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, I'll find something to talk about a little later on there after I stop and take this break. I had a flat tire. Somebody stuck a steel rod through one of my tires last night. I don't know how they done that going down the road. So, but anyway, it set me back about 3 hours in Tennessee telling me to hurry up. She's got a cousin retreat this weekend, so Ziggy and I are going to be batching it. And I'm thinking, thank the Lord, I can get some of my projects done, right?
There you go. So does that mean what? You and the dog going to be batching it?
Oh yeah, he makes a good bed partner. He lays up there and just he tries to waller all over me, and I have to shove him out of the bed there. Right? He's a 2-year-old golden retriever and weighs 125 pounds. And Steve, when he lays on you. He was running around the yard one day, and I mean, he hit me. He jumped up and hit me in the chest just like a professional football player would.
Right.
And knocked me straight to the ground. I was like, man. I told him, don't do that no more, boy. But he loves everybody. I mean, he barks at a couple people, but that's about it. And most of them are the women on the street. He starts barking at them and wagging that tail, saying, come pet me, come pet me. And wrapped around his paw because they all come over there and mess with him. Anyway, I guess they ever catch that guy up there in Maine yet?
I have not seen any new reports that he's been apprehended, so it sounds like he's still on the loose, according to everything I've seen.
Well, get your water blaster ready. That's all I can tell you. He's not the only one with a water blaster. So, anyway, I'll let you get back to your show there. And I listened to over my Spotify account and pulled up Mo Bandy and Joe Stampley. And, you know, they got a lot of good songs together there. So I like that country music. But
Yeah, I know that. Well, Knucklebuster, I thank you for chiming in. We'll get some baloney together. It's almost, it's kind of confusing as you see all these differing reports coming in about what is the death toll, what are the number of injured. I mean, at one point, 22 dead, 50 to 60 others injured there in Maine. I mean, look, the Associated Press just here within like the last hour said the death toll was at least 16. 2 law enforcement officials told the Associated Press dozens of others had been wounded. The whole lockdown thing continues there. So let's see. ABC News from 2 hours ago, so right about midnight, said at least 20 believed dead. Gunmen at large. NBC News, at least 15 killed. Dozens injured. Now, that was posted just 17 minutes ago. So how the numbers, let me take you to, let's see, if this is from literally 15 and 17 minutes ago. 15 to 20 is what they're now saying. 15 to 20 have been killed. 50 more injured. Yeah, they've named the 40-year-old person of interest in connection with the shootings. Mass casualty event, officials urging residents in Lewiston and Auburn to shelter in place. Of course, they've released photos of the man with the rifle. Manhunt is underway. Lewiston, a city of about 37,000 people, about 30 miles north of Portland. So everything in these things constantly, when you've got a fluid situation, they had earlier reported 22 had been killed, so now they've updated that to 15 to 20. 50 injured, not all of whom were shot. Some reportedly had injuries from a stampede kind of situation. These are all just, coming in one after another. All right, so we'll get to 5-7 Eagle on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let me toss a couple of other updates your way. From varying news sources. Just within the past 30 minutes, it says police continue to search for the person of interest, which, what CNN says, left at least 22 dead. Local schools announcing they're canceling classes for Thursday. Lewiston Public Schools said there remains a lot of unknowns right now. Information moves quickly, but not always accurately. Please continue to shelter in place or get to safety. We'll continue to update you with information and the next steps as appropriate. Stay close to your loved ones. Embrace them. Our prayers go out to those who someone lost tonight. Our prayers go to all those working to stop further loss of life. Then a number of nearby schools and districts announcing that they have closed or canceled classes for the upcoming day. And there's a pretty decent number of them, not surprisingly. Town offices in Lisbon, which neighbors Lewiston, they say will be closed on Thursday as the manhunt continues. Law enforcement in Androscoggin County investigating. All the town offices will be closed for Thursday. Please prioritize safety. Continue to shelter in place, according to the town's website. Local mayor says witnesses to the shooting were of all ages. Witnesses, teenagers. Community is in shock. Speaking to media outside of a reunification center, the mayor said there was a lot of fear, panic, and worry among residents. You can train for this, but you're never completely prepared. This is an all-hands-on-deck situation. Speaking to CNN, he did say he was not aware of any children among those killed, but knows one high school student who was wounded. Auburn and Lewiston are side by side. A river separates us. Combined, our population's about 60,000. You can't help but know people who knew someone. So this is going to impact every corner of the community. He described hearing about what unfolded Wednesday night from eyewitnesses at the reunification center, including one man who was playing the lawn game cornhole when he heard a couple of pops. Didn't think anything of it. I mean, it's Halloween time. Then started seeing everybody screaming and running. So, yes, the manhunt, Knucklebuster, apparently is ongoing there. 5-7, what's happening?
Oh, if you're talking about right now, I'm still laughing. And you cross over out of Savannah, go across Savannah River into South Carolina. There's a strip club that's off to the west side of the road there. And it's funny, the cars are always backed into the swamp, so you see their license plates. Some fellas must have got together and even thought better. They rented a U-Haul. They were just now leaving, so you get 5 or 6 guys, they show up someplace on a guy's night out. Lord, it's Thursday. And then y'all take the U-Haul down there, that way you can't get traced. You know what? Guys are cool. Guys is cool, but women are cooler. So
that's pretty good.
I don't know. That was just go by there and that whole story goes through your head, man. That's the first time I've seen a U-Haul go in there. Got a funny feeling I'm going to see a lot more. The religious thing, my brother-in-law, and of course my sister's in that. And, they won't eat bacon. They won't do this. They won't work on Saturday, which caused him trouble in his first career choice. He graduated. He was a welder. You're first getting a job on a construction they want you to work Saturdays, especially, the new guys get the crappy shifts. And, of course, he wouldn't do it. And, that's when later I said, you know what, you need to go into trucking. And come to find out they had both already talked to a recruiter, and they both got into trucking. My sister is out of it after 2 years, but he's still in it. And the company that he's working with, they didn't have a problem at all with it. For their religious high days and all like that, they make way for it. And so I'm surprised that any company would make an issue like that in this day and age. I tell you, as for my sister, I talked to her. I said, as long, not eating bacon and all this stuff, it doesn't replace the blood of Jesus Christ and your faith in Him for your salvation. And she says, absolutely. So, hey, as long as you're doing that personal sacrifice to the Lord for whatever, I think God accepts it. But I ain't going to make fun of it, and I won't put baked pork and beans out, or I won't put any pork out if they come over. I will show them respect. Unlike my other older sisters, I got 3 older sisters. She's the oldest, the very oldest. And then I got another older and almost older than her, and then I got one that's a little older than me. So I got 3 older sisters. But I think he likes that faith more because they're very hard on their women folks, very controlling. So, and the fact that woman, my sister must love him because she ain't killed him yet. I just see my sister being a free-willing woman, you know what I mean? And for her to humble herself to him, that's something else. Politics. Yeah, I don't know what was all the ruckus. According to Greg Kelly on Newsmax, when I got up this morning, he was all excited over this guy that was voted in, and he showed clips, where he was confronting the DOJ, and I mean, caught him in a lie. It was just a clear lie, and that's, of course, nothing was done because they didn't have any power to do anything, and that's the whole point. And he also, the FBI, he caught the FBI in a, he couldn't say anything. It says current, it's a, a investigation undergoing. So I'm sorry, they have to answer to the committee, the oversight.
Correct.
And so it looks good. It sounds like Jim Jordan, but a guy that stayed a little bit low profile. Greg Kelly seems to be real excited about it, about his stands on this stuff. And we're yet to see,
When you hear the Democrats, when you hear that the Democrats are kind of going ballistic about it, they're not happy with this guy's pick. So he must be pretty good.
Yes, and here's something that Greg Kelly also put out, and it just cut me to the heart because Kevin McCarthy was asked, and there was an interview asked about Lieutenant Byrd, and the shooting of Ashley Babbitt, and he said he was doing his job, just like that. No, he got away with murder, and he was doing his job. Here I still question this. I would like to know what the three officers that were standing against the wall, and when he shot and killed her, murdered her right there in front of them, and they fell, the one with the battle armor he bent down to check on her. When he raised up, he pointed his weapon to the door. So I'd love to know, you know what? You may get away with murder in this life, buddy, but you better make it right before you get to the next life. But that just shows you the injustice in the Capitol. You just don't get away with murder like that, but he did. And with Kevin McCarthy, it's been that way. The omnibus bill with Nancy Pelosi taking out the power from the Republicans that got in there.
Yep.
And then he tried.
And right there, we got a pause. News break time here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Reports say at least 10 people are dead after a mass shooting in Maine. Police say dozens more are injured, and they're searching for the shooter in the city of Lewiston. Police have released an image of a man with what appears USA News Update. Reports say at least 10 people are dead after a mass shooting in Maine. Police say dozens more are injured, and they're searching for the shooter in the city of Lewiston. Police have released an image of a man with what appears to be an assault rifle. Speaking from the White House Wednesday, President Biden has issued a stern caution to Iran regarding potential assaults on U.S. military installations in the Middle East.
We have had troops in the region since 9/11. To go after ISIS and prevent reemergence in the region.
He conveyed to Iran's supreme leader that the U.S. would take action in response to any further attacks perpetrated by Iran against American soldiers. The newly elected Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson from Louisiana, expressed his intent to immediately get to work.
The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now.
I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com. All right, there you go. Back at it here. Here comes a Thursday, Friday Eve. Yeah, that's what we like to call it. All right, get back to the calls here. That'd be Rainmaker, I do believe. Hello, Rainmaker.
Yeah, Steve. How are you today?
Well, I'm doing well. How are things in Thailand?
Not too bad. Looks like somewhat cloudy, but no rain yet. But kind of humid and hot. But, I read a story, and I sent it to you on Fox News. And it happens all the time. The government, they make these laws against gun control, trying to make our streets safe, but they never enforce it. And I will read what it says. A Maine law enforcement bulletin shared with Fox News Digital states that Card is a trained firearms instructor believed to be in the Army Reserve Station out of Saco, Maine.
Mm-hmm.
The bulletin also states that Card recently reported mental health issues, including hearing voices and threats to shoot up the National Guard base in Saco, Maine. According to the document, Card was committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks over the summer before he was released. So how in the world did this guy get released and have guns to go do a shootout? Hell, my son lives in New Hampshire, and him and his wife, she's an alcoholic, and they've had some marital trouble with her drinking, and they have a son that's 10, 11 years old. So somehow the police came there to take all the guns in the house from my son and confiscated all his guns to make sure that his wife would be safe and he would be safe and son would be safe. But this guy is an armed, he's trained shooter, right?
Absolutely.
And he was in the mental health. How? We need more. We need to confiscate guns. We need crickets. The government talks out one side of the mouth and they blow, out the other side. Very, very sad.
Well, that's the term they used was he was sectioned, and I brought that up at the very beginning of the program. When I first saw that, I said, well, I'm not familiar. What is sectioned? And I'll go back to that. The Mental Health Act is the law that mental health professionals use to detain you in the hospital for assessment, treatment, or both. If you're detained under this act, it is sometimes known as being sectioned. The criminal courts can send you to the hospital using Section 5 or Section 35 of the Mental Health Act, which indeed, yes, he was for 2 weeks over this summer. Hospitalized against his will, ordered. Sectioned. This can only happen if you have a mental disorder that puts you or others at risk. You should only be detained under the Mental Health Act if there are no other ways to keep you or others safe. They call it sectioned because the law has different sections. But, they haven't even caught the guy yet. And those questions that we're all thinking along the same lines, how does an individual that's been, forcibly detained in a mental health facility, how do they possibly have access to the likes of those type of weapons or any weapons? I guess it's just questions we don't have answers to yet. Hello, Philip. What's happening this morning?
Well, down here in Florida, we call that being Baker Acted. You ever heard that term, Steve?
I have, yes.
Yeah, that's what happens down here. If they feel your mental status isn't there, you get Baker Acted. And that can be done by law enforcement. It can be done by health or doctors can do it. There's a whole host of folks that can do that to you. If they feel that you're not mentally competent, they can Baker Act you and they can detain you. Sometimes it's overnight. Sometimes it's multiple days for evaluation. That's what they do down here when they find a lot of homeless people. They Baker Act them and they find out, what's going on, and then they rehab. And that's the thing too. When they rehabilitate somebody, they feel that they're ready to go back in society. Then they have the ability to go out and get a firearm and whatnot. So that kind of, that's kind of what I'm seeing from the picture. I just heard about it. Literally, I heard about the shooting. I woke up at 1:30 and my wife told me about 1:45. I don't even know the whole story behind it, but I found out a little bit more about that anchor in that ship, Steve. That ship put that anchor down accidentally and drug it, and they drug it for miles. So they tore up a lot of stuff. I don't know if you heard any more reports. Have you heard any more?
No, I did do a search last evening after I spoke to you, and I guess aside from the gas or the gas line, they also, I guess, drug up like a underground like a fiber optics cable or something as well.
Basically, like what happened with you and that squirrel.
Yeah,
on a bigger scale. But I've seen some pictures on YouTube. They have pictures of the ship sitting in the harbor, and it's got the chain hanging down where the anchor's not. The anchors are usually, when they crank up the anchors, they're right up against the bow of the boat, front of the boat, and there's just a chain hanging there, and that ship is a real, I don't know, it just looks like a real ratty ship. I mean, it doesn't look like it's been taken care of very much. And Another thing that I noticed on the ship, and I guess this happens frequently on container ships, well, containers were collapsing on it. They were actually falling off the stack. Some of the pictures I've seen of it docked, some of the containers are leaning out, looking like they're ready to fall off the side of this ship, so it wasn't a very well taken care of vehicle, I can say that much. But I'll tell you what, I was kind of disappointed in our media yesterday. These folks down in Mexico got a Category 5 hurricane, and that's bad as bad can get.
Yep.
And the media just didn't say, they give it a little 1 second play or something like that, and I'm not saying nothing bad about none of the other countries in the world or not, but Mexico is what it is, but they're still people, and that's a pretty catastrophic storm, man. I mean, I was looking at that thing. It went from being a tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane in about 12 hours. Now, I've been preaching this all year long and been saying it, we've heard that word, rapid intensification.
Yep.
That is proof in the pudding right there, buddy, that, 12 hours from going down to being nothing, basically a tropical storm. It's kind of a little bit stronger thunderstorm, going from that all the way up to a Category 5 with 165 mile an hour wind. That's pretty devastating. And I think Acapulco, I've seen some pictures last night. That thing leveled buildings, nonetheless houses, but buildings, and I just it just confuses me why the media will talk about fining former President Trump $10,000, but they won't give these folks, 2 seconds on the show. What do you think, Steve?
I didn't see much of any coverage of it. AccuWeather does have a bit of a breakdown. I'm amazed that I have not heard of any fatalities yet being reported there, but all I know is Acapulco said that pretty much there's no communication. Everything is down, so it may take time to get info out of there.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before people will know how much damage actually is there, because like you said, the communication's down. They're still trying to get things in there, and they'll get things in there to it, and not to mention all the flooding.
Yes.
Now, that storm, that's capable of 30 inches of rain, man. So, that's a lot of water, man. We had Hurricane Ian over a year ago, and we got 20 inches off of that. We had some heck of flooding. So, I can just imagine what it's like down there in Mexico right now. And I believe it came in just a little bit north of Acapulco, but still, Acapulco is pretty much a big resort area, pretty much from what I know. I don't know much about it. How about, what do you think, Steve?
Oh, it is a very, very popular tourist destination for Mexicans and foreigners both.
Yeah, but I hope nobody got hurt. That's all I'm worried about. The material stuff can get fixed, but human life can't, and that's what we need to focus on, and these storms are, this Tammy storm, it's still going out there and going around. The folks up in Bermuda, they're probably going to get hit with that one, and it's one of those things. It's I don't know. My grandfather always told me, as fourth generation Floridian, and he always told me, he said, hurricane is a cleanup. It's God's cleanup. That's when God goes in and cleans up things. And I'm like, oh, wow. It's kind of a strong statement, but it's crazy. Pretty much how it is, I guess. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me.
As always, thank you, Philip. Have a good morning. Instead of just, waking up, finding out. It all began to unfold. The first call of a shooter came in about 7:15 there on Wednesday evening. A short time after, say 15 to 30 minutes later, call for the second location. And then it was about 8:15 where the call came in for location number 3, which there's been kind of conflicting details about that. What was supposed to be a Walmart distribution center, but then a Walmart spokesperson says the shooting did not occur on the actual Walmart properties. Everything has been very fluid throughout the evening hours, but all right, it is 844-3380, and I see Dean there, Sylvester in the land down under. Hope the better half had a good birthday weekend last weekend, right? Happy birthday. He said it's so incredibly frustrating. As soon as I heard about this, I thought of Mouse. I guess he lives in Maine. I hope he's well. I pray for those affected and they catch this loser. Yeah, something's got to be done, and this kind of thing has to be stopped. But how can this stop without affecting the rights of our Second Amendment? That is 100% correct. Oh, and he and several others said, happy birthday to Pappy this morning. Stay safe. I pray for you. Yeah, I knew Pappy's birthday was around, because remember, it was right about my birthday when he had his daughter, and I guess the grandkids were in town, and they kind of, while they were here, they celebrated, had to make him a birthday cake early because they wouldn't be here today for his birthday. Another check off the list there for Pappy. Happy birthday this morning. And we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, about 10 before the hour as we head toward the midnight hour on the West Coast, where you too can join us here on a Thursday morning. Eagle, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I want to talk about the situation in Israel. I ain't heard no more news on this dude up in Maine. So I guess he's still on the loose. I don't know how he evading all these police is looking for him. So hopefully they'll capture him before daylight, or either put him under the ground where he belongs. Steve, I heard some news today about the Israel situation. I've been telling you this for 2 weeks since this whole thing, since they were attacked by Hamas. for what I'm understanding now, and you can't blame those military leaders in the Israeli military. They're getting restless. They're tired of playing games with their president. He told his men that they was going in and they was going to get rid of Hamas, and 2 weeks later they still haven't made a move, Steve. But right now, it's going to be a useless move. I told you this last week, Steve. Hamas, if they got any brains in their head whatsoever, which I highly doubt, they would have already evacuated out of the Gaza area and moved into a higher ground or underground, as they say they got tunnels. They would have got the hell out of town if they know the 200,000 man military is going to be looking for. So all they've done, Steve, in the past 2 weeks is gave Hamas sanctuary and an opportunity to hide out and they're just making their job even that more harder. So it's basically they might not even do anything now at this point. Now they waste so much time. It's just ridiculous. It's just embarrassing. I told you last night, I'm very disappointed in the president of Israel. I thought that when they were attacked by Hamas the way they were attacked, they should have released all hell on that area. Like I said, I don't want to see innocent people get killed. But if that's what it takes to eliminate Hamas, the Hamas has already killed innocent people. So that's the way I look at it. They've done it. So whatever it takes to get the job done, that's what you got to do at this point, Steve. It's really a sad situation. Now, as far as these people here, Steve, here's the ones that I'm really pissed off at. Because, like I say, I've never been overseas. I've never been there. But I am in the United States. People I'm mad at are these sympathizers, these people that live in the United States that had a nerve to say that they sympathize with Hamas and what they did to these people. I've told you this before, Steve. If those people don't like America, if you don't like living here, my man, there's planes leaving every day and every night headed towards Pakistan and Palestine and all them countries over there, brother. Afghanistan, you more than welcome to catch a flight to that area and you can live over there, my man. If you that frustrated with America where you feel you got to protest in the streets of America, you just go here and get the hell out of town. That's what I got to say to these people, Steve. And because I get sick of seeing these idiots on my television, on CNN and Fox News, when you turn your TV on, some guy protested about the support of Hamas in their situation. And as far as I told you of this, you gave a vote of count about the losers that voted in for the deal for the speaker.
Yeah.
And naturally it was the squad, those four people, Omar, Tlaib, and Ocasio, and all the other losers. These people, Steve, they don't deserve to be in Congress. It's really embarrassing that these people represent America, represent their state and city. And as soon as these people come up for re-election in their district, if people had any kind of pride about themselves, they would vote these people out and get them out of town, because these people are an embarrassment to America. Like you said before, one of those people, they asked one of those squad members today if she denounced what Hamas had done, and she just didn't even bother to answer the question, because so that's basically your answer right there. She accepts what they did and she agrees with what they did, and this is a person that lives in America. So I'm gonna repeat myself one more time before I hang out with you, Steve. Anybody that doesn't like America, you don't like what's happening in America, you feel like Pakistan and Afghanistan is right in the situation, you more than welcome to leave America and go live over there, and you'll see. And I guarantee you, Steve, they'll be begging and pleading. That goes for Omar, especially her, and Tlaib. They'll be begging and pleading to get back into America. I guarantee you that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, well, speaking of the sympathizers, I found it rather interesting that in the state of Florida, will others follow suit? Governor DeSantis and his administration is linking a pro-Palestinian student organization to terrorism and ordering state universities to ban the group from campuses, saying it illegally backs Hamas militants. As Israel's attack on Gaza have intensified, some college students expressing solidarity with Palestinians, resulting in swift censure from some Jewish academics and even some prospective employers, but Florida's taking it to the next level. Taking the extraordinary step of stating Students for Justice in Palestine is supporting a terrorist organization. State University System Chancellor Ray Rodriguez wrote to university presidents this week, directing them to disband chapters of SJB after the national group took the position that Palestinian students in exile are part of this movement, not in solidarity with this movement. It is a felony under Florida law to knowingly provide material support to a designated foreign terrorist organization. Now, of course, we designated Hamas a terrorist group in 1997. DeSantis has ramped up his pro-Israel stance since the Hamas attacks. He sent planes to Israel to provide supplies and returned Floridians that wanted to come home. That first flight brought like 280 back. Now, he's also supporting a special legislative session to impose new sanctions on Iran, which supports Hamas, and to express support for Israel. There we go. Get a news break here on a Thursday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Republican Mike Johnson from Louisiana has secured the position of Speaker of the House.
The Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana has received 220 votes. And the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 209 votes.
In the initial ballot held today, Johnson got enough votes after three other fellow Republicans' unsuccessful attempts to claim the gavel. He steps in for California Republican Kevin McCarthy, who was recently ousted from his position. The Georgia Supreme Court Tuesday upheld the pro-life heartbeat legislation signed into law by Republican Governor Brian Kemp 4 years ago. The law protects babies from abortion once they have detectable human heartbeat, which usually begins around 6 weeks of gestation. It was another day in court for Donald Trump's former lawyer and current foe.
Michael Cohen spent his second day in court Wednesday as he testified in the civil fraud trial involving former President Trump. Following his testimony, Cohen spoke with reporters.
He's got the wrong guy to intimidate. As you've seen, I haven't stopped since I don't know how many years now, and I won't until, as I said, accountability is had.
Trump stands accused of exaggerating the worth of both his personal and business assets to secure more advantageous loans. Cohen provided testimony detailing how he would manipulate the figures. It's anticipated the case will continue at least until December. I'm John Schaefer.
According to a recent report by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Americans collectively paid $130 billion in interest and fees in 2022, marking the highest figure ever recorded by the agency. Late fees remain the most significant penalty for cardholders. The figures for 2023 are expected to be even higher. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Airbnb is using artificial intelligence technology to prevent Halloween parties. Representatives from the company have stated that reservations made for this weekend are being subjected to analysis for potential risk factors, including the duration of the stay and the proximity of the rental to the user's address. Should the AI system flag a booking as potentially troublesome, it will block the reservation from proceeding. Maryland's Attorney General, along with dozens of other states' Attorney General, they're going after Meta. Lance Pry has more.
Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown is taking action against Meta, the parent company of Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and several other companies. In a statement, Brown said that he's joined dozens of other attorneys general that's suing the social media giant. Brown noted that Meta has harmful and addictive features for children that have a negative impact on their mental health. 34 states are involved in the lawsuit.
Road crews found an intact centuries-old shipwreck embedded in a Florida highway. This was during a routine construction work area earlier this month. The 20-foot-long artifact, believed to date back to the 1800s, was buried under about 8 to 10 feet of sediment near the Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine. And it was so well preserved that crews found coins, coconut halves, and a left leather boot. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome into Thursday. I like to call it Friday Eve, 26th of October coming on. For a lot of folks this weekend, it'll be Halloween parties. You know, when Halloween comes up on a weekday like it does this year on a Tuesday, most of the parties, costume parties will be taking place. Yeah, Friday night, Saturday night, those sort of things. See a lot of that out there. Looks like it was one step backward for the autonomous vehicle industry this past day. The California Department of Motor Vehicles announcing the immediate suspension of an autonomous car company's testing permits. The press release from the DMV confirming that Cruise will no longer be allowed to operate their self-driving taxis on public roads due to safety concerns. Now, the decision does not impact the company's ability to test with a safety driver, an actual human behind the wheel. Public safety remains the top priority for the DMV, and our autonomous vehicle regulations provide a framework to facilitate the safe testing and deployment of this technology. Now, when there's an unreasonable risk to public safety, we can immediately suspend or revoke permits. There's no set time for a suspension. The Department of Motor Vehicles notified Cruise their department is suspending their autonomous vehicle deployment and driverless testing permits effective immediately. Now, we've provided Cruise with the steps needed to apply to reinstate their suspended permits, which we will not approve until the company's fulfilled the requirements to the department's satisfaction. This does not impact the company's permit for testing with a driver, a safety driver in the vehicle. Now, according to the DMV, the permits were suspended over, again, safety concerns. They also accused the company of misrepresenting safety information regarding the autonomous technology they use, claiming the self-driving taxis could pose an unreasonable risk to the public, indicating there was an act of omission by the manufacturer or one of its agents, employees, contractors, or designees. Now, this Cruise is a subsidiary of General Motors. We'll be pausing operations of our driverless AVs in San Francisco as a result of the suspension. California and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration launched an investigation after an incident that resulted in pedestrian injuries. Ultimately, we deploy and develop autonomous vehicles in an effort to save lives. In the incident being reviewed by the DMV, a human hit-and-run driver tragically struck and propelled the pedestrian into the path of the automated vehicle, which did brake before impact, and because it detected a collision, it attempted to pull over to avoid further safety issues. That's the statement from Cruise. When the autonomous vehicle tried to pull over, it continued before coming to a final stop, pulling the pedestrian forward. Our thoughts continue to be with the victim as we hope for a rapid, complete recovery. In other words, the vehicle should have immediately come to a complete stop and not tried to pull over to the side of the road because there was a human under the car. If you get the picture there. Morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve. You know, that story you just read sounds almost, it's getting to be Halloween time, a time where God's children shouldn't be dressing up. Women, make the excuse to go dress like a daggum harlot, and kids want to dress up as little old devils and ghouls and goblins and all that stuff. And I'm teasing about that, but really you shouldn't be doing that. But anyway, almost sounds like that Stephen King horror movie, Maximum Overdrive, where all the vehicles and anything that was, machinery just come to life.
Mm-hmm.
But on a sad note, our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Lewiston, Maine, and all that stuff. And man, it's gonna this guy here. You know, if he's special forces and firearms training and instructor, I don't remember the name of the movie, but it starred Tommy Lee Jones, and he was a trained these guys to make knives, and you know this one guy went off the rocker and sliced up a bunch of hunters, and they had to send him into the woods after him. You know, maybe some of our listening audience will know the name of the movie. And that's what it's gonna take. Because if this guy is that good, and he's already off his rocker hearing voices, and probably demon possessed, that's what it's gonna take. It's gonna take someone that's gonna be his equal to go in there and go after him. Kind of reminds me of that movie Rambo. You know, remember whenever Brian Dennehy, he played such a good villain in every movie that I ever saw him in. He was such a good villain, especially that movie with him and Tommy Lee Jones, that movie River Rats years ago, where he played such a bad, awful person. But yeah, you know, where he was, you know, held up in the woods, and you know his John Rambo's old commander had to call out to him. You know, so I hope they find the guy and do what needs to be done. But it just goes to show you how bad our VA system is, and how, you know, I don't care who the president is, whether it be Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush Jr., Obama, Trump, you know, the occupier in chief currently right now who did not win the election, Biden. You know, it seems like a system that just will not be fixed. And you know, you talk about the homeless veterans. I want to just give you a little insight on this, God's children. I've dealt with a lot of the homeless before. A lot of your homeless veterans, sad to say, prefer and choose to live like that, because a lot of them suffer from PTSD, which was the old school adage of shell shock.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lot of them, they get their check. A lot of them, you know, aren't alcoholics and drug addicts. Some of them are. I remember I dealt with someone. He was a pretty good fella, but this guy was a munitions expert. I mean, he was like a modern day MacGyver. He can create a bomb almost out of anything. You know, I mean, he was really good, but he couldn't adapt to society. You know, he was weaponized, and you know, when he come back and government had no use, he's like, well, you know, I just don't want to be around people. I want to just live and be by myself. And so he lived on the streets, and he was a munitions expert, demolition expert, and everything like that. I mean, he could make a fire out of anything. Kind of made me wonder if something blew up around the Mobile area, you know, was it him that actually did it? But like I said, you know, not only him, but there were several others that they had a YMCA membership, and look, they would go and they would take showers there, and they lived on the street. They get their VA check, and that's the way they prefer to live. And when they got too cold, they went and got a hotel room. They didn't bother no one or nothing like that. So yeah, you know, we do need to be praying for our homeless vets, but remember this: a lot of them prefer to be like that, and that's coming from experience and dealing with a lot of the homeless people. The story you read a while ago about the gentleman suing the trucking company because of his religious beliefs. I've dealt with people like that before, and they've told me, and they said, well, I don't eat pork, I don't do this, I don't do that, and, you know, I don't call Jesus, you know, I don't believe the Messiah came, and it's called being a Toraharian. They believe in the first five books of the Torah, which is Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. And honorable mention, Job. You can mention Job because Moses did write the book of Job, but the first 5 books, that's what they believe in. And my question is, whenever someone tells me that, I was like, okay, what tribe are you from? They're like, huh? Excuse me? I said, yeah, what tribe? Are you from the tribe of Reuben? You from the tribe of Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Gad, Asher? Are you from the tribe of Dan, Naphtali, Joseph, or Benjamin? Was your mother of the tribe Leah? Was it Zilpah, Bilhah, or was it Rachel? They look at me like a dog that just heard a weird noise.
Well, I would too.
Like,
what are you talking about?
Well, you got to know your Bible. Those are the 12 tribes, from Jacob being the father. Of course, Jacob's father was Isaac, and of course, Isaac's father was Abraham. The God of Jacob, Isaac, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And the 12 tribes are the 12 children that come from Leah, Zilpah, Bilhah, and Rachel. And those are Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Gad, Asher, Dan, Naphtali, Joseph, and Benjamin. And if you can't trace your Jewish lineage back and you can't tell me what tribe you're from, then you're not really Jewish. So, and that categorizes you as a Gentile. And Gentiles aren't supposed to be celebrating anything Jewish. So why are you wanting to forsake Jesus Christ, who came and died, and the Bible says he fulfilled the law? Why are you wanting to go and live by the law when he was the fulfillment of it? You don't have to have the feast days no more because he is the feast day. You don't have to blow the shofar. He is the blown shofar. Jesus Christ is the fulfillment of everything. The sacrifices, the sacrificial system ended. All that ended whenever he says, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, which is to say, oh God, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? And when he uttered the very last words he said on the cross, it is finished. He said, it is finished. That ended right there. Everything. And proof of it was in the book of Matthew, was when that veil. Now, this veil in the temple was very, very thick. I mean, when Nebuchadnezzar came and they destroyed the temple, they couldn't even burn it. They couldn't even rip it in half with horses. Even the Romans tried to rip it in half, and it couldn't. But when Jesus Christ yelled, it is finished, and gave up the ghost, that temple got ripped in two from top to bottom, signifying that man now has open communication with God through an advocate who you have to believe in and accept, named Jesus Christ, who sits at the right hand of God making intercession for us to this very day. So that's why I say, okay, if you can't tell me what tribe you're from, then you're not really Jewish, because the old school Jewish are still waiting for the Messiah, Steve. This is why all this stuff is happening in the Middle East, and it's ramping up because, I said it before, there's red heifers, that's already born in the land of Israel. And they're just waiting to destroy the Dome on the Rock, rebuild, and the third temple's already built. It's prefab. They're just waiting to slap it together, sacrifice the red heifer, and of course, the Antichrist will come, make 3.5 years of peace. And after that 3.5 years of peace with the nation of Israel, he'll go to war. And at that very moment, he will go into the house, the third temple. And as written in Daniel chapter 8 and Daniel chapter 9, oh, Lord, I'm losing my train of thought here, Steve. The abomination, the desolation of abomination, he will set up, and it will be the ungodly duo of the first prophet, which is written in Revelation chapter 13, the Antichrist, which is also in Revelation 13, and of course the great dragon, which is all headed by Satan. So, I mean, that's why all this stuff is happening right now, and we're headed to Devil's Red Hell in a ham basket. So we better get ready, Steve. We better get ready, and you better get prepared. And you can laugh at me, say you're a religious zealot, you're a Bible thumper. Well, you know what? There's going to come a day to either by death or by rapture, and you can fact check me. There, you will not never see rapture, Steve. Nowhere in God's holy word, it's not there. But you will see resurrection, and there is going to happen in this world a great resurrection. A lot of urns are going to pop open. A lot of graves are going to pop open. Bodies coming up from places you wouldn't even imagine. And we're going to be gone. And it's not going to be no UFO abducting billions of people. It's just going to be one of these at the last trump. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse number 52 says, the moment so this a twinkling and a blink of an eye, when the last trump of God, we're going to be physically changed and given the glorified body, and we're out of here. You, me, and everyone else that believes in Jesus Christ. And that's why I say to people that always say, well, I observe the feast days, and I observe this, and I don't eat pork. I'm like, man, if you're not Jewish, go ahead, buy you a pound of bacon and smile and eat it. Go smoke you a Boston butt and enjoy life. You're not Jewish. This does not apply to you. Don't worry about blowing the shofar. And if you don't know what a shofar is, that's a horn that's made out of a big old goat's horn. That's what they blow. And I said, so go ahead, live your life, and enjoy it, and be thankful that Jesus Christ died on the cross for you. Accept him as your Lord and Savior, because he did die for you. And like I said, Steve, God's about to wrap this thing up. But we thank you for taking my phone call tonight. All of our affiliates, man, we welcome you on board. I'm glad we're back on terrestrial radio. And I want to encourage our affiliates. I wanted to email you earlier, and I forgot to, about getting our affiliate list, and we can call out, what stations we're on now. And I want to encourage you, whether you're in Provo, Utah, or anywhere else, be a first-time caller. Don't be scared. Steve's very easy to talk to. Steve, are you easy to talk to?
I would think so, yes.
Well, I sit here and I rambled on about, knowledge the Lord's, given me, and you listen to me, and you ain't, stop me. I mean, that's why they call me Brother Rambler. I can ramble on for a long time.
Well, we did get a little bit off the beaten path tonight. I mean, it's a little confusing there, but I understand.
I've been told that a time or two myself, and that's why I like to be in a position one day to be able to hold a Bible study and all this knowledge that God's that's one of the things I asked the Lord. I did the same thing Solomon asked for. So Lord, I don't desire to be rich, and I really don't, because I know He'll take care of me. I know the Lord would take care of me. I said, Lord, I want the same thing Solomon asked for, wisdom. Give me the wisdom of Solomon, and let me have that fear of you, because the Word of God does say that fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Knowledge of Him is understanding, and that's in the book of Proverbs. So, yes, it is kind of confusing, but if you know your Bible, you know that there are 12 tribes, and if you're not a true Jewish and you can't tell me what tribe you're actually from, then, yeah, you don't need to be celebrating the feast days. You need to go on with your life, get saved, and everything like that. But if you're part of the affiliates, come on, give us a call. We love to hear from you. And Steve, when they call, if they're a first-time caller, man, you get a $60 voucher. Now, look, this sponsor, Hot Shot, is giving you $60 to call in. Am I about right about that, Steve?
A $60 voucher, which you can purchase, well, whatever you want, hotshotsecret.com. Introduce you to the products. That's the name of the game.
Exactly. So, I mean, you getting a $60 voucher for just picking up the phone, dialing the number, and calling in and talking to Steve, and I've only heard you lose your temper with the notorious SDK and the notorious sinister minister in Douglas. So he's not going to just blow up on you and cuss you out and hang up on you and badmouth you. He ain't going to do that. So just call up, tell us where you're from, tell us what station you're listening to, and get that $60 voucher. And let's not forget, Steve, before I have to get off here, that wintertime is upon us. I know your pool's closed up. You're not in the pool no more. And I felt bad for you because you really didn't get a whole lot of pool time, but I understand.
Right.
So maybe it'll be a little warmer summer, But along with the pool being closed up, Steve, you got your lawnmower put up now, and If you got a power washer, it gas powered power washer, it's put up, and all your gas equipment that you would use, your tiller and everything like that, that's all put up. And and like you hear me say numerous times, we got Thanksgiving, we got Christmas, and I'm going to eat a lot because I'm a kind of fat person, and I know a lot of us are going to eat a lot, especially Gilligan. He's going to eat a lot too. And after we eat a lot, we're going to be sitting around full of gas. Well, that's how your equipment is. So also, when you go to get the $60 voucher, go check out the other sponsor, Sta-Bil, and put you some of that gasoline treatment Sta-Bil in your equipment that's going to be sitting up all winter long. It'll treat the gas good. And for your gas problems, go buy you some Gas X or Alka-Seltzer. You're not going to get that when you call in Steve Summers. You have to pay your own money to get that. But you will be able to get a $60 voucher if you're a first-time caller to go get you some Hot Shot Secret products. And also, before I get off here, there's one more thing I want to mention besides just love. There's a Facebook fan page for Steve Summers, and this page, Steve, what can you purchase on your Facebook page and can be shipped to you?
Well, that would actually be the overnightdriveradio.com page. That's where you can get your T-shirts, hats, travel mugs, stickers, all that good stuff. overnightdriveradio.com.
That's right. And God's children, I love you out there. And remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And Steve, thank you for taking my phone call. Sorry to confuse everyone. I'll talk to you tomorrow night. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Have a good morning. All right. Yes, it's 844-844-3388. Gary, hey there. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hanging at 58 degrees southwest Ohio this morning. Norman, home this morning. Yesterday morning, the fog was so thick, the fish were swimming in it. Now, that's some thick fog. Rick in Columbus, up and at 'em on that first cup of coffee this Thursday morning. Welcome aboard. All right, so news break coming up here. We'll get the latest. What's going on out there? Crazy times we live in. Texas suing the Biden White House to stop the feds from cutting those razor wires along the border. Details coming up on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Reports say at least 10 people are dead after a mass shooting in Maine. Police say dozens more are injured, and they're searching for the shooter in the city of Lewiston. Police have released an image of a man with what appears to be an assault rifle. Speaking from the White House Wednesday, President Biden has issued a stern caution to Iran regarding potential assaults on U.S. military installations in the Middle East.
We have had troops in the region since 9/11. To go after ISIS and prevent reemergence in the region.
He conveyed to Iran's supreme leader that the U.S. would take action in response to any further attacks perpetrated by Iran against American soldiers. The newly elected Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson from Louisiana, expressed his intent to immediately get to work.
The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now.
I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let's get back at it. Where did we leave off there? Sundance Kid been hanging in there. Morning, Sundance. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, I just wanted to call in and I last night after I called in, and then we have Horse Feathers call in and talk about, he talked very proudly of working 20 hours a day for 18 cents a mile. And I realized then that I'm dealing with a bunch of dumbasses.
Oh.
If that's what people want to do in this industry, one, you're breaking the law, and I consider you Hamas. From now on, you people that talk to me like that, you don't know what I've been through in this trucking industry, and I'll tell you. You know, you want to talk about what I did? I know how to run a business in trucking, okay? And I know my lease operation thing, it was a step to get in. I've done it before, but I bought my trucks the last time, and it cost me a bankruptcy because I couldn't walk away from it because the price of fuel went up from 80 and 90 cents to $2 overnight. That little bump when I started in 95, drove a company truck till beginning of 97. About 14 months I bought my first truck because the company, I'll tell you what happened. I was with Swiss Transportation. Started with them, right? 25 cents a mile. And I'm sitting there working my butt off, unloading Kmart trailers every day. Got paid a penny a piece for every piece I unloaded. So if I unloaded 1,400 pieces, I got $1,400. I got $14. Yay, me. Right? So I'm sitting there doing that, and I did my paperwork for a year, figured out how much I would have made if I was an owner-operator with them. So I go in there, and I did it. I would have made $125,000. You know what I made driving their truck, doing that crap for a year? $44,000. Didn't get no sleep. Yeah, I played the game. It was it's what you had to do back then. Paper logs. I never run over 70, but you know, when you're unloading all damn day, you can back your log book up.
Well,
okay?
isn't that the reason? Isn't that the reason the likes of Swift and many that have such a high turnover rate? I mean, it's a kick your ass kind of job for.
No, they have a high turnover rate because it's the same. They're paying the same thing everybody else is paying. It's people don't get their home time. That's what this is all about. People are saving their log. They're cheating themselves to make. And the company, I'm gonna tell you guys, I made so much money at the last company I was with that they were able to steal $100,000 a year from me for 2 years because they faked the pay. They never showed me a rate column. I trusted them. I knew these people personally, broke bread with them, went to church with them, worked with them at a ABF is where I left to go to work for these guys. I left ABF after 14 years because they were talking about the pension wasn't going to be solvent. So I didn't want the government to bail it out. I'll go make my own. Well, they gave me what the numbers were. I figured out the numbers. If I run 2,000 miles a week, I would make $2,000. Okay, I can work with that. But my plan was to go over there and build me a 5-truck trucking company. Well, I was able to average 3,000 miles a week. And after 3,000 miles a week, the only thing that come out of that last 1,000 miles was fuel. Okay. And when I started 2 years ago and a half, almost 3, fuel was $2.30 a gallon. Okay. So I'm sitting there and I was getting 16 cents a mile fuel surcharge. So fuel was costing me 40 cents a mile. With that, it was down to 26 cents for fuel surcharge for fuel. 3,000 miles a week. My truck payment, insurance, and maintenance and everything was 50 cents a mile. And I don't think that was out of the realm for a brand new truck to pay 50 cents a mile. And it's mine at the end of 5 years. So I don't think my numbers were out of line. And I was, and their freight was paying 3, 4. Well, actually, they told me it was paying 3. Come to find out, it was paying 4.5 and $5 a mile. But so they stole that part. That's where the money comes in. When they stole that extra dollar over on 150,000 miles a year, boy, they was raking up. But I caught them, Steve, because the first year I didn't really have a number to compare it with. Okay? The second year, when the fuel surcharge went up, and I started out at 14 cents a mile fuel surcharge, and now it's up to 76 cents a mile fuel surcharge. Well, my pay only went up, net take home only went up $10,000 for the same amount of miles. And I'm thinking, well, something just don't add up. But I know my numbers, and they tell me, they showed me the top number, but when I finally went back and broke it down, it was like, I'm missing $100,000. And I went in and asked for the rate columns. Until this day, it's been over a year now, I asked for rate columns. They still haven't given me a rate column. But I got it from the shippers. Shippers sent it to me. Well, 2 shippers sent it to me that wouldn't. See, what they did in this lawsuit, Steve, is they're so arrogant that they sent the shippers that I requested and subpoenaed, they sent them the same spreadsheet that they sent me from the company I worked for. And it's the exact same thing. And it even breaks out the fuel surcharge. And so the shipper don't know what the fuel surcharge is, what it was broken down and how it was paid to me. But the company's so stupid that they think they send it to the shippers to make sure they were on the same page, except for 2 that didn't understand what was going on. So they sent it to headquarters, which was out of state. And they sent me, they sent me the $4.50 and $5 a mile freight that they paid me $2.50 on. Okay, so they steal. Okay, if you own a truck, if you're leasing a truck, the best thing you can do for you and your family, I'm telling you this right now, is turn it in. You're not doing yourself any good. Yeah, you're making a big number, but when the maintenance bills come in, you can't pay maintenance and truck. And if anything major goes bad, you're in trouble. I'm telling you to look out for your family. It doesn't work anymore. And that same company, Swift, when I went to buy a truck from them after that first year, I saved $8,000. Back then, in the 90s, 97, you had to have $10,000 down to get into a truck, okay? That was a lot of money back then. That's equal to probably $25,000 now. And they said, oh, no, we can't do that. I was like, look, I need to do this because, it was tight at the house. And they say, no. And it was only $2,000 off, right? I said, just take it out of my paycheck for the next 3 months to pay off the next. But I know these numbers work, and I know I'll be able to pay for it. Oh, no, we can't do that. So I had to go out in town and buy a 6-year-old truck that just had a redone end frame on the motor. I paid $37,000 for a 91 Kenworth, the oldest truck I could get to lease on 6 years back then. And then Swift said, okay. 6 months later, I bought my second truck. A year and a half later, I got my 3 brand new trucks because I figured out that I was paying $28,000 to $30,000 per truck for maintenance and truck payments. Okay. Well, a brand new truck in '99 for a Kenworth T2000 was $19.95 a month per each one I bought. I went down and put the $10,000 down on each one. That's how good and successful. And then what happened? That was in August or April of '99, tax day. I'll never forget. August that year, fuel went from 80, 90 cents in Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, to $2 overnight. I'm like, what? So they said, hey, just run more miles and you'll make it up. Because like back then, all right, so 80 cents a gallon at 500 gallons a week cost me $400. Now them same 500 gallons cost me $1,000 a week. I just lost $600 a week per truck. I just lost $1,800 a week for those 3. Okay, $1,800 a week times a month is $7,600 come out of my pocket. Now, after I was paying my driver and everything was good and I was making money, I just now went in the hole $1,000 just because the fuel did that one time. Went from making money to I just lost $7,600. I was only making $6,000 a month clear off of everything. So I paid my drivers. I ended up making like 20 cents a mile off it, the trucks that they drove, because I paid my drivers 10 years experience with 1 year experience from Swift. They were making 25. I paid them 35. You had 1 year. And I showed them the numbers so in case they wanted to go and do their own thing, they would know. But that's the trucking industry stuff that I've been through. Now, I got into hauling cars after that a little bit and got into a deal. I was making $30,000 a month in 2000. Then the election happened between Bush and Gore, and everybody stopped buying cars for 3 months. Then my guy I was leased to said, hey, we got to go take care of the customer. But we was hauling half of trailer loads. Well, at the end of the month, I was breaking even. I wasn't making no money. I was taking care of customers. But he was still taking his percentage of 20% off the top. Well, now he's making, I made like $20,000. He was making $4,000 a month. I was breaking even. I'm working all month. That don't work for me. I had to leave that one. Went to Wagner Trucking. Went over there. They guaranteed me $1.40 a mile back then. Okay, that's fine. I've done Expedite. I've done a lot. And I know when I did this lease purchase with these people that I went with, when $3 a mile, okay, it works, And when the fuel surcharge kept going up, it should have really worked. But then they got greedy, and I caught them. And what I'm telling you is and I'm not trying to make a lot of money, but the way I had it set up was I could clear $225,000 because I'm making the company $600,000 a year. That's okay. So you take $600,000 a year. The average McDonald's store in America makes about $1.2 million a year average. Okay. So if you got 2 trucks and you're sitting at home, you've got a McDonald's with 2 trucks out here, and you only got to deal with 2 employees. They're making money, people. They're making more than you make it off of each truck after they pay everything. That's why there's so many doing it. But y'all are sitting there letting them take your money. If they would give you half of what if you're making $40,000, they're making $40,000. So why couldn't they give you $60,000 and they take $20,000? They probably wouldn't have as much of a turnover. But I know trucking, and I know you don't build it on 3,000 miles a week because that takes 8 days, and if you do that 3 times a month, that is now 24 days, and now you're at 9,000 miles on 24 days, and you haven't been home yet. So why don't you go take some time home, or unless you don't want to go home. Well, I don't want to live that lifestyle either. I would come, I would work, I would do a 34 at the house, and I was gone again. I didn't need nobody to tell me to go. I was the number 1 driver at that company, just starting out. Left ABF after 14 years. I work hard. I went to another company when I left that company, and they've got 300 trucks. I'm number 5 right now. That's because I gave everybody a month head start. I'll be number 2 by the end of the year. Can't catch number 1 because he works as hard as I do. He got me about 20,000 miles, but he sleeps in the truck. I go home every day, but I work 6 days a week, just like I always have. So before y'all, but I get paid good for what I do. I mean, because I wouldn't do what I'm doing if I had to stay on the road all the time. There's no way. But I just hit 75,000 for this year. Only worked 9 months. I should hit about 90,000, but I'm home every day. Okay, so
well, is that a point where I can interject that? I mean, you have called in a lot of complaining. I mean, it seems like every time you call, you're complaining, and the resounding message in return to you is you're doing what you want to do, and if you're not happy with it, find something else. Don't try to tell me, and don't try to tell everybody else how to run their business and do what they're doing if they're happy with what they're doing.
Well. Okay, I get that.
I guess
see, here's the problem.
Who was it that said so many times, you can only change things that you're in control of. You're not going to change anybody else. You're not going to change the industry. You're not going to save the world. You're not going to save the industry. And there's the reason those big ATA companies have such a high turnover is because what you were just explaining. People go to work for the likes of Swift, in most cases, out of the box, because they'll help them get their CDL. They'll get them started in the business. As soon as they get enough experience to go somewhere else, out the door they went. And you can go, the proverbial laundry list of what a lot of people call the bottom feeder companies. There's a reason there's a turnover. You don't see that there's a number of companies where the turnover is very, very low. If you treat the drivers right, if you pay them fairly, they're not going anywhere. There's just way too many companies that do not do that. All the research shows the biggest reason people leave companies is they don't like the working conditions, the way they're treated. Pay. Pay. One of the top reasons. We'll get back to the calls coming up at 844-844-3388. First, a quick timeout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, back at it. What's going on with Pappy? Hey, happy birthday, Pappy.
Well, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. I was on the other side of town, over by the old workstation for you there on Montgomery Road.
Oh, yeah?
Guys I used to work with over there were like, hey, you got to come over here and smoke a cigar, man. I'm like, all right. I was going down Montgomery Road and dang on it, this guy in front of me with no dang on taillights. Had to run his tag, come back with 2 felony warrants. Kind of cut into our smoke break, but anywho, just got back on this side of town, about ready to pull in the driveway here in a few. I appreciate everybody saying happy birthday. Got to wake up and come to work tomorrow, or today, whatever you want to call it.
Right. Just another day. Are you gonna feel? You're gonna feel another year wiser?
Yeah, Steve, I tell you, man, it was President Eisenhower was president when I was born, man. Oh, big 6'4", man. Anywho, what a night, though, huh?
Yeah, to say the least.
I don't know. What was the final number? What was the final numbers? At first, they were talking like 22 dead.
The numbers, it's been fluctuating all night. I mean, the latest is you're like it's saying 15 to 20. It depends on which news source you go to. They're all kind of given different.
Well, these things do take time sometimes, you know. I mean, especially when you got 3 different crime scenes, it sounds like. Man, what a shame. The time when it happened, I didn't know what the hell was going on. I'm the county-wide boss tonight, so I sent out a message to all the county guys. Situational awareness. Stay alert.
Yeah. Well, the question we had, I thought that you might be able to help out with. I mentioned earlier that this person that they haven't yet caught, military, he was what they call sectioned over the summer for like 2 weeks. Sectioned, I guess that's held against his will for mental issues, something like that.
From what I heard, and Steve, I only caught it from you. Hold on. He was a National Guardsman?
Correct. And he said he was hearing voices, and he threatened to shoot up, I guess, a guard base there in Maine, and that's what got him put in the nut house, you'd call it, put in the psych ward for several weeks against his will over the summer. Everybody's kind of wondering, well, how would an individual like that have these sort of weapons in his possession?
Did he kind of cut in and out a little bit, but was he given a dishonor charge or well, some of this stuff, it might take a while to come.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything as to whether he was still active or not. Just the fact that he was. I mean, when they put him in for the mental health thing, you'd think they wouldn't be letting him back in the military, right?
You would think, Steve. I mean, we call it a pink slip here, right? If
okay,
somebody's threatening suicide, kind of went off the deep end for a little bit, and they don't want to go to the hospital, but you got enough to literally take their freedom away from them and force them into a hospital to get a mental check, even if they refuse to go. So,
and either Pappy lost his cell or we lost connection. One of the two. I don't know which. We'll try to get things back up here, but technically we're up to the news break, top of the hour. Got our final hour yet to come here, so jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. NBC News is reporting at least 22 people are dead after a mass shooting in Maine. The shooting took place in Lewiston, which is about 150 miles north of Boston. At least 50 to 60 people were injured in the shooting, which took place after a man armed with a rifle opened fire at multiple locations. Reports say he opened fire at a bar and a recreational center and possibly a third location. Police are requesting that you stay off the streets and allow law enforcement to defuse the situation. During a joint press conference with the Australian Prime Minister, President Biden addressed the election of Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. When asked if he was concerned about Johnson attempting to overturn the 2024 election results if Biden were reelected, he said,
Just like I was not worried that Alaska would be able to overturn the election. They had about 60 lawsuits and all the way to the Supreme Court, and every time they lost. I understand the Constitution.
Biden acknowledged Johnson's reported involvement in the Republican effort to challenge Trump's 2020 loss. Johnson was elected Speaker of the House floor earlier today. 7 passengers injured in Pennsylvania when a bus crashed. Lance Pry has more.
7 passengers on a Pittsburgh regional transit bus were injured yesterday when the bus was involved in a crash with a tractor-trailer. The accident happened around 3:30 p.m. on Homestead Grays Bridge. Reports have said the bus was stopped at a traffic light and was hit by the rear tires of the semi. All passengers' injuries have been described as non-life-threatening.
After 4 decades of ownership, a Jersey Shore restaurant has relinquished its claim on the Taco Tuesday trademark, paving the way for any restaurant to use it. Citing escalating legal expenses, Gregory's Restaurant and Bar in Somers Point, New Jersey, has decided to abandon its battle to retain the trademark. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Georgia Supreme Court on Tuesday upheld the pro-life heartbeat legislation signed into law by Republican Governor Brian Kemp 4 years ago. Law protects babies from abortion once they have a detectable human heartbeat, which is usually around 6 weeks gestation period. Yesterday, presidential candidate Donald Trump addressed supporters after appearing for a civil trial in Lower Manhattan. Trump was in court to watch his former attorney Michael Cohen testify against him, and afterward said Cohen was totally discredited as a witness, calling him a disgraced felon. Trump acknowledged that he'd be back in court today to watch the rest of Cohen's testimony. In the United States, individuals experiencing lower levels of well-being are at a higher risk of developing a new chronic illness.
That's according to a recent Gallup study. The research revealed that American workers with diminished well-being are twice as likely to report a newly acquired chronic condition. The assessment assesses well-being across various dimensions: career, social, financial, physical, and community. It's projected that employees with subpar well-being will incur over $2,000 in additional health care expenses annually. I'm John Schaefer.
Taylor Swift is making pop history with her song Cruel Summer. It is from her 2019 album Lover, but a hit again, being performed at her Eras Tour, both live and in her blockbuster movie. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Here we go. One more time around. Welcome into Friday Eve. It's a Thursday morning. Let me try to bring you up to speed. As always the case, initial reports, some tend to be false, some tend to be exaggerated. The numbers have fluctuated. Right now, I mean, you can go, CNN is stuck with the number of 22 dead all night long. NBC initially, they had 22, then several hours ago, they kind of updated, said somewhere 15 to 20. Don't have, per se, the solid numbers. Obviously, there's going to be press conferences coming up through the morning hours. Initial reports were possibly 3 separate shooting locations, one of which was supposedly a Walmart distribution center, which has since been retracted. There were only 2 locations. Apparently, the Walmart distribution center went on lockdown when this was all unfolding, but their police had gone through and there was nothing had taken place there. So the spare time recreation, that's the bowling alley, had families enjoying their evening playing games when, yes, the shooting started there. Eyewitnesses describe people, children fleeing the location, then being patted down outside by police, footage of first responders loading victims into ambulances outside the business. This runs just off the main highway that runs through Lewiston, where there's an arcade and a grill serving food, regularly hosting special events throughout the week, like Senior Day, discount prices for seniors, Glow Bowling with a DJ. The other was the Bar and Grill, the second location, Shemingi's Bar and Grill, where they also host parties, family celebrations, corporate events, an arcade area, dartboards, pool tables. The restaurant's equipped with 10 pool tables, 14 dartboards, dozens of TVs to watch all the sporting events, the bar. The manhunt continues. With the 2 shooting locations, they've identified a 40-year-old of Boyden as the person of interest. I mean, they got the photograph there. I guess pretty simple that they know who the shooter was. He should be considered armed and dangerous. He is law enforcement officials say he is a certified firearms instructor and member of the U.S. Army Reserve. He had recently made threats to carry out a shooting at a National Guard facility in Maine. Also reported mental health issues, including hearing voices. As I mentioned, other reports say for like 2 weeks he was sectioned, or I guess as Pappy said, we call him pink slipped or whatever over the summer. So no answer to the question after being put in for mental health issues, whether he was still active duty. And I'm thinking, if you're sectioned, if you're pink slipped, you're not supposed to have weapons, are you? Or be allowed to?
I don't know how the military works. Steve, we had a situation just last week where a younger man was threatening to kill himself. His mother was in the house and fired off a shotgun. We ended up calling SWAT. We thought we were going to find him dead in there, but he didn't shoot himself. So, I mean, we pink slipped him, plus we charged him criminally.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to get the search warrant to go in, to get SWAT to go in. So we went in and they got him out, and when I was interviewing him, I asked him where the shotgun was. He told me we confiscated that shotgun. And he's going to have to get a judge to decide whether he gets that shotgun back. I can tell you, and just in past experiences, the judge usually orders them firearms destroyed. Now, is that going to prevent anybody from getting another gun? This dude's in the military. And Steve, again, daggone it, it's not the gun. Obviously, they released this guy after, and I'll tell you, Steve, the guy we did, he was in and out of the psych real quick. Within a few hours, and they called us and told him to come pick him up, take him out of the jail. The mental health industry is just overwhelmed, to say the least. More will come out here in the coming days, but why was he released? I mean, if he's threatening to shoot up a
National Guard base,
or the guard base, and he's obviously wigged out, why was he released would be my question. Obviously he was. And unfortunately, people got to understand, man, to literally lock somebody up or get them probated, to get them in a mental health ward, admitted into a psych hospital, and keep them there for years on end, it takes a lot. And unfortunately, when you got people making these types of threats and they end up getting released for whatever reason, Steve, law enforcement, the FBI, local law enforcement, they do not have the manpower, you know what I'm saying, to try to keep an eye on it. It's just no way to try to keep an eye on these people. Unless somebody, calls and says, hey, Joe Blow, off his meds again, he's wigging out again. If he's at his house, we might maybe go try to find him. If he's not at his house and he's out on the streets, I mean, what,
Yeah.
It's a hard thing. Now, I just hope that the truth comes out here and the media does not try to make something out of this that's not, or covers up something that is, and they try to say it isn't. If you follow me, warned you about these false flag type things.
Mm-hmm.
This could just be a typical nutcase, that went out and did this. End of story. But God forbid he made a Trump post of support of Trump 4 years ago somewhere in his Facebook page, and they're going to claim he's a Trump supporter, a white supremacist, because that's what they want. That's what they want, Steve. I'm telling you. So, I hope the truth comes out. I hope the local law enforcement holds to the truth here, because I don't trust the FBI, unfortunately. And Steve, when they first posted that picture, I was telling another guy up at the district there, I said, he's been trained. I could just tell by the way he's holding that firearm and carrying it. He had a flashlight on. It's an AR-style rifle.
Yeah.
I don't know what chamber it was in. Usually they're 223s, but it could be a number of things. Had a flashlight on it. You could see he had military-style pants. I mean, they were all blue, but you could tell in his left pocket he had several magazines in his left pocket, pants pocket. And I could just tell it wasn't somebody had picked up a gun for the first time in their life. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, when you're saying if you're a firearms instructor, he knew what he's doing, right?
Yeah, he knows what he's doing with that weapon. And the first reports were coming out that they thought there might have been multiple shooters, and you know what went through my mind when I heard that? I'm thinking, here we go. Is this part of a jihad thing?
Right. The first thing that crosses your mind. Exactly. First thing I thought. And then when they showed the photograph, I said, okay, that does not look like someone like Middle East or anything like that. It looks like an average white guy to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, dark, little, pretty good tan going, but he had a beard. It could have went either way with me. I wasn't convinced by the photo. It wasn't,
Okay.
I mean, Steve, we got college students that are American.
Oh, yeah.
That are siding with Palestine and Hamas now. They're going to take one of them just to wig out and do something stupid. It's just a shame that our country is in this situation, that this whole world is in the situation we are right now. I just want the truth to come out of it. It's just a whacked out nut. Just let it come out. It was just a whack out nut. Let's don't make it a jihad thing if it wasn't. Let's don't make it a white supremacy thing if it wasn't. We need the truth. And we need some questions answered. It's what we do. We ask questions and try to resolve this from happening again. Especially if this guy was active duty. Steve, when you're in the military, the military owns you. It's not like the civilian world. They could have kept that dude locked up, I'm telling you, man, if he was on active duty. They did not have to release him.
Mm-hmm.
Ask anybody in the military, man. When you sign your name on that piece of paper, the military now owns your body. So, tragic situation. One death is one too many. Prayers out to all these families. Steve, I'm telling you, if they got two different crime scenes, several bodies in one crime scene, several bodies in another crime scene, it's going to take several days for them to work that crime scene.
And I mean, everything I'm seeing,
they know who he.
It sounds like these two different locations are like 5 to 7 miles apart, or maybe 4 miles apart for the two businesses, and then the car, the vehicle, that white Subaru that they had showed photos of. They did find that this past evening. Obviously, he wasn't in the vehicle, so there's like two communities that are on lockdown right now.
Yeah, man. Could you just? They probably got called in every police officer. You talk about a massive manhunt on their way.
Yep.
Hopefully, Steve, I hate to sound like this, man, I really do, but hopefully he crawled inside a dumpster and shot himself in the head.
Yeah.
I hate to sound that way. You don't want nobody else getting hurt.
Right, exactly. And that's the concern right now. I mean, he's considered armed and dangerous, obviously.
Yeah, he done shot at least one. I mean, we know there's several deaths here, so I don't know, man. Hopefully this country can, get through this mental health thing, if people need to be locked up and held in a facility, we're just going to have to pay for it, man. They just, the money situation here, it's sad, Steve. I'm telling you, we have taken people and pink slipped them, and sometimes they want the help, right? And within a matter of hours, sometimes they're cut loose, they're out. Once they get to the hospital and they tell the doctors what they want to hear, man, I was just depressed. Girlfriend broke up with me, or the wife left me. I found out she was cheating, man. Yeah, I said a couple things. I didn't really mean it. Just depressed at the time. That's what the doctors want to hear. Okay, man, he's not really suicidal or homicidal. Send him out on. Get him out of here. Get the next guy in here.
And sadly, we have.
All right, my man.
We've got billions and billions of dollars to send all over the world, but yeah, we don't have the money to address the mental health crisis that appears to be like sweeping this country.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, get back to the calls here. Hey, good morning. Is this Amos?
Yeah, it is Amos. Why is everybody picking on us? What's going on there? Picking on us, Amos. What have we done to you? I don't know. What's going on, Your Honor?
Here we are, yeah. Kind of a crazy night.
Yeah. I hear you. So I don't know. Should I clarify that when I worked for 18 cents a mile, top pay was like 30 to 33 cents a mile? I mean, you figure the difference of what I was at the low end to what it is at the high end. There's a lot of people out here making 35, 40 cents a mile when other people are out here making 70, 80, 90 cents a mile. So there's always been a differential in pay. And when you start, you don't get top pay. So I think we know who we're referencing here, right? Do I have to say it? I don't think I do I?
It's pretty clear.
All right. So anyways, hey, we get these news stories here, and, they're a flash in the pan, and they're around until the next story comes out, which unfortunately this whole thing in Maine will be, and of course we hope for the best up there. But so anyways, I actually had to go into New Jersey. I don't tell anybody because I don't like to admit that I do it every now and then. But so I ride up 95 through Philly, and do you remember a ways back there was a gasoline tanker, I believe it was, that had an issue getting off a ramp, and They had to close a whole section of 95 with a bridge overpass and everything. So I just traveled over top of that, Your Honor.
Wow.
First time up through there since all that's happened, and they got a major construction zone still going on. It's a multi-mile construction zone. They're redoing a lot of the concrete highway as well as the bridge and everything. And it's still a 45-mile-an-hour zone, and there's no trucks allowed in the left lane, and all through trucks are supposed to stay in the center lane at 45 miles an hour. You know, there was a lot of unhappy people at 45 miles an hour about 20 minutes ago, about 4 o'clock in the morning on 95 there. There was a lot of unhappy people trying to do 45, not wanting to do 45 miles an hour through the construction zone. Don't understand it, Your Honor. But anyway, so I don't know. What is there to say? There isn't a whole lot more tonight than last night. There really didn't see a whole lot of news, and I really hadn't heard anything about what happened up there in Maine until we started listening to you. And, of course, listening to your news breaks there, they vary quite a bit from one half hour to the next, because one says 10,
it's 10, and the other says 22.
So,
and that's it's somewhere in there, somewhere between 10 and 22. Yeah. And could go higher. Right. I mean, because it's anywhere from 50 to 60 others injured. But they did specify not all of them were shot. I mean, I guess the stampede at these locations, some people got hurt trying to get the hell out.
And I don't doubt that at all. So, but anyways, you know, like Pappy was saying, and happy birthday to Pappy there. I wasn't even paying attention to Facebook yet to even realize today's his birthday there. So hope it was today and it wasn't yesterday and I missed it or something. But anyway, so, you know, you start talking about the mental health issue, you know, and it's been around for quite a while, and the country really doesn't take care of it. I mean, it's just, as you said, you know, we got that. We got the homeless issue. There's a lot of things that need to be taken care of that are the basic root problems in what our former president called the S-hole cities, you know, the shish kebab cities. It's the inherent problem that you know keeps those cities in that situation. But you know, it's been around for quite a while, and I mean, even all the way back, you know, Arlo Guthrie even poked fun at it when he did Alice's Restaurant there, because you know he got scheduled to sign up for the draft, and he went down into Whitehall Street in New York City to do all his thing and all that, and he had to go in and see the psychiatrist and stuff, and you know, until he started jumping up and down yelling, "I want to kill," and then the psychologist started jumping up and down with him, and they were both doing it. He wasn't really wanted, you know, and then they figured
I got you, but hey, we got to get our news break in here. Back after this.
USA News Update. Reports say at least 10 people are dead after a mass shooting in Maine. Police say dozens more are injured, and they're searching for the shooter in the city of Lewiston. Police have released an image of a man with what appears to be an assault rifle. Speaking from the White House Wednesday, President Biden has issued a stern caution to Iran regarding potential assaults on U.S. military installations in the Middle East.
We have had troops in the region since 9/11 to go after ISIS and prevent reemergence in the region.
He conveyed to Iran's supreme leader that the U.S. would take action in response to any further attacks perpetrated by Iran against American soldiers. The newly elected Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson from Louisiana, expressed his intent to immediately get to work.
The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now.
I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
New to USAPodcasting.com. Into the Paranormal, where the abnormal and paranormal collide. The #1 paranormal podcast is on USAPodcasting.com.
To the paranormal we go with Jeremy Scott.
Subscribe to Into the Paranormal from USAPodcasting.com.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM.
Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, I told you a few days ago that I thought I had cut the grass for the last time. Then I realized, looking at the forecast, hey, we're going to be warming back up. Middle and upper 70s for nearly a week. And that continues. So I did have to break out the mower this past day, but I didn't have any gas left in my can for the summer months. So I made sure to put my Sta-Bil and got myself a couple gallons of gas. And now that'll be good through the winter. And the gas that I put in the mower yesterday, I don't have to worry about draining it out. Actually, the advice is to fill your tank up to about 90% full to allow some room for expansion. And treated with Sta-Bil. It will be good through the winter, and the mower should fire right back up after the storage. That's because for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing. In my case, lawn equipment. It could be collector cars, boats, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Yeah, gas begins to go bad within like 30 days. What Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years, and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Sta-Bil. Treat that engine the right way. Who we got on board? Is that Vic by chance? I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is Vic. Yeah. You were talking about all that mass shooting and everything. And last night you were talking about the military giving people amphetamines. Amphetamines do strange things to you. And it's just strange. I don't know. So it has to do with brain chemistry. They give it to these attention deficit people. Their brain chemistry is different, and it helps them focus. And other people, it'll actually cause them to go to sleep. And other people, they get real alert. But I guess the common point is when they get off those, there's always a big letdown.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of affects people. And these mass shooters, they've been around forever. Lots of times they imagine they're being harassed. That sometimes they really are being harassed. You remember back, I guess it was back in the 70s. You remember that whole thing about going postal?
Yes,
right.
The postal workers, absolutely.
Right. And that's always my first question is, well, was somebody harassing this person, or was he imagined, being harassed? You were mentioned earlier about the trucking companies that demanded somebody work on Saturdays or something, which really kind of surprised me because, Lord, that's been law forever that if they have to be allowed off on their religious, the particular day of the week that they have a religious observance. If they ask for it, you have to give it off. And that's been law forever. If they say that's their day of worship, you have to give it to them. And of course, when you get into, anything in transportation, or law enforcement, there's a world of jobs out there that you're going to have to work, on your Sabbath. And, basically in the Christian religion, the excuse for the religious excuse to working on your Sabbath was that the old ox in the ditch. I was trying to think of that parable. Remember that the Lord told him, if the ox is in the ditch, you have to pull it out even if it's on the Sabbath. And but years ago, I knew a Catholic family that owned a large dealership, and every so often somebody in the family would have to work on a Sunday. And I was in there one day getting a truck lined up, and the one individual said, well, I got to go up and talk to the Father here. I worked yesterday, and I have to get forgiveness. And I looked at him, and I said, well, you do this all the time. Can't you just get a wholesale bunch of them? He didn't really appreciate the joke.
Whoops.
So anyway, anyhow. But that's, like I said, I don't know, what was happening was the guy that filed the lawsuit or the mass shooter, but I would have to say Pappy's probably right. The guy's probably shot himself by now, because that's what usually happens with all those mass shooters. They usually wind up killing themselves at the end. But I was just kind of curious about the whole thing that went down. Why did he feel like he needed to take his rage or dissatisfaction or anything out on people at a bar having some type of celebration, or just a regular thing? But there's just a whole psychology around that whole mass shooting thing, and the fact that he was in the Army Reserves, that adds another thing to it, because frankly in the Army, they teach them to kill people, and that's the solution to everything. So there's a whole lot of dynamics going on there, but there's also a lot of people dead. And it just kind of struck me as odd that he would take all of his rage out on a bar. But anyway, that's about all I had to say on that subject.
A bowling alley and like a bar and grill, restaurant location, which, pool tables, dartboards, just people out having a good time. The one still photo that they initially released, you can see that there's the lockers and the bowling balls, and the bowling pin's on the door, you know it's a bowling alley where he had first entered. See what 5-7. Hey there.
Yeah, you remember a while back, we had an Air Force veteran that was let go, and he shot up. I forget what he shot up, and that was the issue back then too, about mental health. And they knew that he had no business with a firearm, and boom, so it sounds like deja vu all over again. And I just want to remind people, I'm 66, so this has been going on all my life. Most of the time, it was the veterans that did 6 years of war in Vietnam. They come back, and like Vic said, an answer instilled in these men is when things are going wrong or things are coming at them, one way to fix it is to eliminate them. And but we've been at war for 20 years. We've got a lot of men that hold triggers on people. Injured. I've got a grandson, and his ear was blowed out. Can't hear up his left ear at all. Who knows? If I haven't heard the backstory on this man. Maybe I know he's in the Guard now, but was he in active duty before? And they do take Guard and put them in, and we have Guard actually serving in Africa right now. Was he near an explosion? Did he have head damage? Remember, they're saying that stuff with football players too.
Oh yeah, concussion protocol and all that. Yeah.
And we still don't know. Why did he have a gun? Well, I don't know. He has a lot of friends that had guns. There might be a man laying somewhere in their living room where he couldn't get a gun, but he knew where he could. A friend, he could get one, and he could cook it that way.
A whole lot of unanswered questions, which, in the coming days, in the next 24 hours, we'll learn a whole lot more than we know right now.
I think Pappy's right, though. The media's dying to see him wearing a mega hat. So we're going to sit back and copy the mail for, can you believe, Friday morning. Man, you made this week go by real quick, brother.
Some go quicker than others, but hopefully we have a...
And by the way, yes, thank you for that. Thank you for telling what you call it. It's not as much as what he says. It's when he comes on and he attacks everybody. We're all happy with our, Sundance. We're all happy with our jobs. If most of us, we don't like them, we'd leave. But we're not stupid because we go to work. We enjoy our income. We enjoy working for the people we work for. So we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you. Thank you very much. You had the biggest part of the message was there's certain things that you have no control over. Yeah, I have no control over what any of my listeners do in their individual life. I can talk to them, and if your mind's made up, you're going to do what you're going to do. You can talk and preach to people till you're blue in the face. It doesn't mean anything's going to change, though. Did I get back to the rest of the story? I don't believe I did. Texas, the state of Texas has sued the Biden administration earlier this week, seeking to stop federal agents from cutting the state's razor wire that's gashed or snagged migrants as they're trying to get into the country illegally at the Rio Grande. Lawsuit filed in the federal court in Del Rio, Texas. The Attorney General, Ken Paxton, is accusing the Biden administration of undermining the state's border security efforts. Texas has the sovereign right to construct border barriers to prevent the entry of illegals. State authorities started rolling out miles of concertina wire back in May before the end of Title 42, deployed in areas of high traffic through the Rio Grande at the border, near such locations as Brownville and Eagle Pass, Texas. Migrant and environmental advocates quickly raised concerns of the damaging effect of razor wire. which were also raised internally by those charged with enforcing its use. One state trooper and medic described the use of their border tactics as inhumane when he sent an internal complaint documenting cases of lacerated and injured migrants showing up. Well, you shouldn't be coming across the border illegally where there are such barriers. Hello? The barrier, in many cases, set up a few yards from the river or sometimes right at the edge of the water to keep the migrants out in the water or from coming in, sometimes for hours. Border Patrol shows up then in some cases, federal agents, and there's video of this. Eagles brought that up several times, breaking through the wire to get to the entangled migrants on the other side. Texas alleges the practice of cutting through the wire increased recently when thousands of migrants waded through the river into the area of Eagle Pass last month. By cutting the concertina wire, the federal government has not only illegally destroyed property owned by the state, they've also disrupted the state's border security efforts, leaving gaps in our border barriers, damaging our ability to effectively deter illegal entry. No comment from the Department of Homeland Security, but the razor wire just part of Governor Abbott's 2-year effort of escalated measures to try and block these illegal crossings. Now, even with all that there, we just got the numbers earlier this week as well. Yet another record month in September of illegal crossings. What was that number? 260-some thousand, I believe, in just the month of September.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I think he was trying to drum up some baloney. You're saying, Knuckle Buster? Oh, well, it would help if the computer would. There you go. Take two. There you go. I apologize.
Yeah. That's pretty good, Steve. I like that. First off, AR is not assault rifle. It's Armalite Rifle Manufacturing Company.
Yes, sir.
You know what fear is, Steve? Forget everything and run. Or you can face everything and return fire. You know, the Constitution gives us the Second Amendment, the right to protect yourself, bear your arms there. I haven't heard one report of nobody shooting back at him there. So, and you know he went to assault.
You know, we're going to wait and find out. I mean, bowling alleys, typically those are places that would be kind of, like no gun zones. We'll see if that's the case. That's another thing that'll be coming up. Did he target areas where he knew there would not be any resistance?
Absolutely there. Well, the Second Amendment is more than just carrying the gun. You've got to practice. Practice makes perfect. Do target practice. And don't be crazy by putting somebody's face on it that you don't like, right?
Right.
Enough of all that. Well, he needs to get doused with some Stabil. That'll stabilize his mental capacity, and do some hot shot secrets. That'll get rid of the stiction eliminator out of him there. And we'll put a Steve Summers T-shirt on him, and then he can call 844-844-3388, and Steve Summers will psychoanalyze him there. And that's all of my bull on it for today, Mr. Steve Summers.
Have a good morning there, Knuckle Buster. Thanks for chiming in. Good to have you with us. Remember a couple months ago, we were kind of discussing reports that, hey, the airlines, or fall's coming, winter's coming, COVID is surging in cases again, right? All of a sudden, we're going to see they're going to mandate wearing masks to board the planes, to board the bus, and all those. It looks like maybe there's a few in our elected leadership that have maybe learned their lesson, because we've been there, done that, and it didn't really make a damn bit of difference. This past day, the Senate actually approved an amendment introduced by J.D. Vance of Ohio, part of a 3-bill spending package. The amendment passed by a vote of 59 yeas, 38 nays, to prevent the Department of Transportation from using federal funds to enforce any COVID mask mandates across all modes of transportation until fiscal year 24. Several Democrats, including Sherrod Brown, Joe Manchin of West Virginia, John Tester of Montana, hailing from red states, up for re-election next year, joined their Republican counterparts in supporting this measure. According to the Washington Examiner, this is a massive victory for personal freedom in this country. J.D. Vance says, we saw countless abuses of authority throughout the COVID pandemic, and the American people were justifiably enraged by unscientific mask mandates. Today, the U.S. Senate took an emphatic step toward common sense and individual liberty. I'm proud of what we've accomplished here. This is akin to a bill that he introduced in September aimed to bar the reinstatement of federal mask mandates in the U.S. It has broader scope to ensure that no federal entities, commercial airlines, or public schools could introduce such mandates in the future. The Senate is voting right now on 41 different amendments to the $280 billion package. This is funds for several government departments: Agriculture, Veterans Affairs, Housing and Urban Development, Transportation, Food and Drug Administration, and Military Construction. Real quick, Eagle, I believe, had maybe a final comment here. What you got for us here, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Steve. Yeah. Hopefully tomorrow night, by the time you come on the air, brother, we'll know more about this individual. I thought about something, Steve. You had some good call. Before I get to say what I'm gonna say, is Pappy and Heat Wave and some of the other people that called in tonight get some good thoughts. I just hope that this guy wasn't involved in any type of terrorist organization. We've been talking about this open border, on the southern border. I just hope he's not one of these sympathizer terrorist people. I hope they don't find out this man is involved in that, because, like I said, we've been talking about the border for a long time. But like I said, we'll find out more, tomorrow. As far as we know right now, the guy's still on the loose. But see, this guy here was in the military, so he knows how to survive, Steve, out in the outdoors. This man is, so the wilderness. So it could be a couple of days before they catch up to this guy. because he knows, kind of like that guy they were looking for in Pennsylvania last month. He knew how to avoid the police, and this guy could be on the loose for a couple of days. If he's even in Maine, he could be in another state at this point. But like I say, hopefully they'll catch up to him, and we'll be able to find out something, tomorrow night when you come on the air. But you like I said, Steve, I forgot to tell you that you last week, you had said one of your callers said you had got some new affiliates coming in and onto your radio program and around the U.S. So that's good. Bringing in more listeners and stuff. Because like I say, you got the best show on the nighttime. So I'm out here listening to you every night. While I'm in the truck or whatever where I'm at. So hopefully, like I say, more and more people will come on. I wish you guys would bring some people in from Texas, down in Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, one of those people.
Hey, Eagle, listen here. Next Monday morning, San Antone comes on board. It's KLUP, 9:30 a.m. there in San Antone. They're going to carry the entire program.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that starts next Monday morning.
Oh, okay. Well, you took the words right out of my mouth then. Okay, that's a good deal. Yeah, San Antonio coming in. Yeah. That's what I was hoping for. So, yeah, you got some Texas people coming in. And like I said, most Texas people, they can inform you on what's going on in the border, too. Hopefully some people from San Antonio start calling in and they'll let you know what's going on besides me. But like I say, you're doing a good job. So, yeah, I'm glad you got Texas coming in. And I'll definitely talk to you tomorrow night. Hopefully we'll know about this. Hopefully this man will be in custody tomorrow night. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Thank you so much, Eagle. Yeah, have a great morning there. All right, yes, Sandusky, Michigan joined us starting Monday of this week, WMIC in Sandusky, Michigan. They just carry the last 2 hours of the program. They joined us from like 3 to 5 a.m. Looks like come Monday morning, KLUP, 9:30 a.m., San Antone, Terrell Hills, Texas. They'll be carrying 20 hours of the 4 hours each night, Monday through Friday, from like 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Central Time. Again, starting up next Monday morning, and the list will continue to grow. How about that? Thank you so much for hanging out with us here. Yes, we'll learn more, and we'll bring you all up to speed what we have, developments in the upcoming day when we come back at midnight hour Eastern Time tonight.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones